Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning. It is 9 o'clock and it's time for our board meeting to begin. Thank you all for coming out to the board meeting for the first meeting in the month of May. This year's flying on by. So we're happy to see everybody here this morning, and hopefully we'll have a good meeting and we'll get some things discussed, get some things accomplished that's going to be good for the citizens of Oktibbeha County. With that being said, I'm going to ask Supervisor Little if she would lead us in a word of prayer, please.
Let's bow our heads, please. Oh, dear Lord, thank you so much for letting us be able to gather here today and do your work. Lord, please be with us, be with us in our hearts, our minds, and our souls today as we discuss the business of Oktibbeha County. Please lead us in the way that you would have us to go. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Supervisor Little. We're going to go ahead and jump into our agenda. And the first item on the agenda we have is our citizens' comment period. This is the time when any citizens can come before the board for up to 3 minutes to discuss any issue that you may have on your mind. So with that being said, we're now open for our citizens' comment period. Good morning, Mr. Turner.
Good morning. To the president and to the board, name is Al Turner, and we just want to say that it's hard but it's fair, but it's a shame that we have suffered so much. But we're hoping that we got one problem solved. But then again, we have other problems. Miss Neil Smith, she was coming out of church a week ago and got busy because of the dust and stuff on the road. And Miss Down still waiting, wondering will anything be done to her road. People are watching and seeing what the government is doing, and then election time won't be long. And then if we don't keep trust of the people, they will think different come election time.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Need a motion to acknowledge. Second. Motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Trainer to acknowledge comments coming from Mr. Al Turner. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Good morning.
Good morning.
State your name.
My name is Mrs. Lenore Tucker.
Good morning, Mr. Tucker.
Good morning. Protocol already being established. I'm here on behalf of the Oktibbeha County NAACP, and I'm the chairperson for the Environment, Climate, and Justice Committee. You have a letter in front of you from me. I'm asking permission to use the safe room in September on the 26th, and the time is in your letter because I don't want to take up a lot of time here this morning. But the reason for the meeting is so that we can make sure that every community in Oktibbeha County is prepared for unpleasant, uncertain, and sometimes devastating weather. In your letter, it says that the community preparedness training will provide information on understanding severe weather in Mississippi, household emergency plan, and also what should be in the emergency kit. Those are just some of the things that we'll discuss if we are permitted to use the safe room. You also have in the letter that we are prepared for 100 people this training, and at the end of the training, emergency kits will be distributed. And as I said, there's information in the letter, but if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. Yes, sir.
I was going to say too, I'm all on board and I support this today. I used to work with Mississippi State Extension Service, the Center for Governmental Training, and they have all the citizens preparedness kits. They may be able to steer you the
Okay.
right way with MEMA, Mississippi Emergency Management.
Okay.
They have things called the CERT team, Citizens Emergency Response. They love this kind of stuff, and that's what they want to do is find avenues to go to communities and arm the citizens. You know, first 48 to 72 hours, people are pretty much on their
Yes.
own.
Yes.
So I think if you get out of the elevator on the 4th floor, you can go in there and they love it. And that is a great asset that's in that community, but it's in the extension service on the 4th floor.
Okay,
I don't have the number off the top of my head, but yes, ma'am.
thank you so much.
Motion.
Second.
It's been motioned, by Supervisor Williams and seconded by Supervisor Trainer that we allow the use of the safe room for this important meeting. I see, I
Yes, sir.
confirm the dates, make sure you
Defer the cost on that too,
Yes, please, yes. Yes, sir.
with the addition to the motion, the cost be deferred.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So any other discussion?
Thank you.
County ranked NAACP, while I serve as president. And we come this morning with a concern that we want to bring before the board. And first of all, let me thank you all for having us this morning. God bless you all. This morning, the drug, drug that we've been hearing about. And we noticed that the city of Stockville, what they did, they put a ban on this drug store this morning that you would follow with the city. Now, I talked with the sheriff last week, and he said that he's going to be on board with us with this. Even though we don't deal with a lot of stores in the county, maybe Dollar Generals and things of that nature, and Dollar Generals don't sell the drug. But my thing is that I'm hoping that the supervisors could take a proactive approach on this, because sooner or later we're here in a college town. We're dealing with a lot of children here that do a lot of different things. And I think it's important, for this board to consider this today, that they would take the approach that the city has put a ban on this drug before it become an issue and before it become a problem. Now, we did a couple of researches and a couple of things here that I do want to point out about this drug. The FDA has not approved this particular type drug, even though it is legal. But just as the city of the county can do as well. Be addicted, and it causes withdrawal symptoms similar to opioid withdrawal, and then some, and so forth and so on. So, as the NAACP, and as a father, and as a grandfather, and as a pastor of this community, we urge the supervisor, if you would please take this in.
Thank you so very much. Thank you for appearing before us. Thank you for bringing that information
Yes, sir.
to us. Certainly want to take it under consideration.
Yes, sir.
Need a motion to acknowledge? Motion by Supervisor Train, second by Supervisor Little. All in favor? Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, how are y'all?
Very well.
My name is Monica Berry, and I reside at 1948 around to because of tobacco, we and the citizens who live in the area, our road is flooded out every time we have significant rainfall. And because of that, 911 services are unable to come to us. We can't get a school bus in there or anything. And so we were wanting to come before the board to have it considered that the private road that we have to our homes be taken over by the county. We don't know. I'm not sure of the proper means to go by getting it done, so wanted to come before the board to discuss it with you guys. Make you aware of the situation we have. We do have pictures of the flooding. It is significant. I literally need a canoe to get out of the yard when it rains. So, yeah, just wanted to come before the board and have a discussion with you guys. Tobacco Creek is, honestly my property. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Can I ask you a question?
We'll allow Supervisor Williams that's in his district, and then you can have your.
That is a big problem.
Yes, sir.
There's a big problem, that's tobacco juice.
Yes, thank you for that.
And we have discussed that time and time again. I've sent pictures of those individuals' homes flooding out, and you all have pictures of that. The home is flooded.
Well, not necessarily my home. We don't have any flooding in the home.
There's one in particular that is.
Yes, sir.
But we have Tom Bigby Waterway Management District that's to do the clean out on that creek and make it so it will flow better.
Mm-hmm.
Our attorney, our board attorney have been working on that for the past 4 years, and I'm uncomfortable because we've talked about it enough so that could be finalized with Tom Bigby Waterway Management District.
Mm-hmm.
We just kicking the can down the road
Okay.
with that. It's not my fault, it's not this board's fault, but the can has been kicked down the road, and it's something needs to be done and done right away.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I see where Tom Bigby Waterway Management District is approving several projects. We've got all the signatures that we need for Tobacco Juice Creek. And nothing has been happening so far. It's gonna be my motion that we don't have Tom Bigby Waterway Management District to work on any other creek before they get Tobacco Juice Creek taken care of. And no need for Tom Bigby Waterway Management District to come in here and work on other creeks when Tobacco Juice Creek, we've been talking about that creek, we've been working on it, and individuals got paid for phone calls and paid to do legal work, and it still hasn't been done. So my motion is that no other creek be cleaned out until Tobacco Juice Creek is finalized. And I make that motion because these individuals have a much more serious problem than any project that we could be possibly working on in Octavia County. And we need to get it finalized. The motion is that we get Tobacco Juice Creek taken care of by Tom Bigby Waterway Management District before any other creek is addressed in Octavia County.
Second.
I want to,
Yes, we've got a motion and a second discussion.
yeah, I do want to address that, and I do know that Tobacco Juice Creek has been part of that, because I have another project back behind there off of Lincoln Drive that it did, and it's not tobacco juice, but they're all interconnected back in there, on there. And the way Tom Bigby, works is that, you know, there was somebody on tobacco juice that would not sign the paperwork.
No, that's not true.
Well, they never
We
could get hold
finalized.
of them.
We got all the signatures.
It is,
that we need.
but once we did, the way the process works, the only reason I'm saying is because I've had a project pushed back because they have a board that once your paperwork gets done, you have to wait for those boards to meet and they have to finalize an approval.
Mhm.
And then it gets put into the thing. And I think that's where, that when yours was finished, it didn't have time to go before the board, before the other ones were finished. Because there's a lot of work that goes, a lot of engineering work and stuff that goes into it when they do it. And they don't start a project until everybody has signed off on it. So then that's when they start the work.
Yes.
That was what I was told anyway, because I had that problem on the creek, because I couldn't get anybody to sign. I had somebody today that's coming to sign on a project that we're gonna have to close a road on it, but they hadn't signed,
Yes.
you know, and they're finally gonna sign today.
Yes.
But,
We do have final signature on that.
yes, but we gotta wait for Tom Bigby's board to meet. Like, just because you get the signatures doesn't mean they're fixing to start. It has to
It's
go
already
before the
been-
board,
It's been approved,
by their board.
yeah, it's been approved, it's already for 4 years now. So it shouldn't be any problem with doing and completing, Tobacco Juice Creek. Shouldn't be any problem.
Oh, I don't think they have a problem with it. I just think that it's the timing that whoever they need to get signed, didn't sign the paperwork in time for it to go before that board meeting. Because I know Supervisor Williams been working on it, you know, since I've been on the board. That's been a priority of his to, you know, to get that, you know, up and going.
And yes, ma'am, I've had conversations with Supervisor Williams as well, as it relates to the creek. So I'm glad to know that the issue has been addressed and you guys are working on it. Also, our concern is getting the road, passable so that the bus can come in and pick the children from school. We do have several, school-age children living there, and we have to go all the way up to the road, to drop them off, because technically it is not a road, it's a private drive.
Because this is citizen stomach period,
Yes, sir.
but our
Yes, ma'am.
supervisors had comments, so that's why we're going over, but Supervisor Carver, did you have some input?
Yeah, I can tell you that my recollection is we got the federal trapper in there, he started blowing beaver dams 2 weeks ago, 'cause this water tributary transcends about 3 different districts, so it's different creeks out of that one, but I know he started getting water flowing on some of my constituents and getting it running out of the yard, so I guess my question is, y'all see any decrease in the water level?
No.
So what they were trying to do was get the federal trappers in there and get them out, get the beavers alleviated, and then turn around and get that heavy equipment. And I would say, and no offense at all, I'm probably not gonna support this motion because there's so many projects going on. I don't want all work to stop until this is alleviated. Now, if this were to fail, I would turn around and make a motion which puts y'all at the top of the list of priority. And I've got contacts, if you wanna contact any of us, we can. I don't think it's good governance to stop all projects until one's done, because we've got a lot of drainage problems everywhere, you know? So I'll just tell you, I vote against that motion for that reason, because I don't want all projects to stop, but I think we need to put y'all at the top of the list.
Well, I appreciate that, but just keep in mind that since you guys did the road on Courthouse Road and on Delta Road for the drainage over there on those areas, it has significantly increased the flooding over there where we are.
You're saying, cleaning the ditches out around the courthouse, because I was an alderman when we had to go from South Montgomery down, and that's what they did, they came in with a big large, that's what you'll see. Sometimes I had a project just get killed because the residents didn't want their azaleas crushed, you know, and it's like, they do the best they do, they're not gonna tear people's properties up, but be expecting of large equipment coming on site. They have equipment we don't have, and manpower.
We just did that.
Well, and we've got a motion and a second
And I
on
will
the table.
address the fact that we have looked at possibility of beaver being in that creek also. So we've taken care of that part of it, and we don't think it's a beaver issue. It's just that the creek is not flowing, we think, because there is debris that's stopping the flow of water into Tobacco Juice.
Well, that
would
too.
be the issue.
And I don't mean to interrupt, but that too, but in some places along the creek, I can literally jump across it. It's not wide, it's not deep, it's not built for the amount of water that we're getting now. I know it's probably man-made, that being said, but at the current level of water, rainwater we are getting, the downflow is just not sufficient to hold the water and carry it without flooding significantly.
So we've got a motion and a second on the table, and my discussion point is this: I'm not prepared to vote to stop all work in Ottawa County until Tobacco Juice Creek is done. And it's simply because of this. As stated earlier, this board, once we get everything done on our end, then that project has to go before Tom Bigby's board to be approved and scheduled. And again, sounds like the signatures wasn't there in time. So, but I'm not gonna vote to stop all work in Octave County until that's done, simply another reason because we're not the only county. So if we stop work here, they got other counties that they can pick up and move to. So, but hopefully, now that all signatures in place, they can take it before the board and get it scheduled and get it taken care of.
Well, last question, who would I talk to about getting the road turned over to the county?
That's, we've got a process with that, our engineer is here, but the process for that is, in order for the county to accept, a road onto the road register, that road has to first of all be built to county standards. With private money, it has to be overseen by our engineer to make sure it's being built to county standards. Then it would have to come before the board for a vote to decide even then if the county wanted to take that road onto that register to be maintained and upkept. So there's a process to that. So, yeah. But we can put you in touch with our county engineer and he can walk you through that process. But we've got a motion and a second on the table to stop all work until Tobacco Juice Creek is done. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion fails 3-2.
I'd like to make a counter motion that we, and y'all can think of how to word this, that we direct all the staff to do any necessary work to expedite back to Street. Place at the top of the list, so however you think that might need to be worded, to ensure that it's first priority.
Second.
It's been motioned by Supervisor Carver, second by Supervisor Trainer, that we word some correspondence to Tom Bigby to expedite this Tobacco Juice Creek project. Any discussion? I will say this, I'm in favor of this motion. I will say this, Tom Bigby has done wonderful work with Octave County and getting projects done in Octave County. So there's no slight to Tom Bigby whatsoever. And whenever the process works like it should in a timely manner, Tom Bigby schedules the work and get in here and get it done. So I don't think it'll be any difference once everything is signed and in place. They'll be ready to get on this project too. But all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Is there anyone else that would like to come before the board? If not, this portion of our citizens' comment period agenda is closed. Okay, now we are ready. We're gonna move on. We've got presentations.
Minutes of,
I'm sorry. We've got approval of our April minutes. All
Make a motion to approve the April minutes.
motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Williams, that we approve our April board minutes in the discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Board minutes are approved. We're now down to our presentations. We've got a solid waste appeal from Mr. Donald Jamal regarding a formal dispute of his past due waste balance in the amount of $998. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak. My name is Donald Jamal. I'm here regarding the past due balance of my solid waste claim. I want to begin being clear about my position. I'm not disputing my responsibility to pay for solid waste service once that service was actually established and accessible. I began paying consistently once the trash container was delivered around 2020, 2022. And I continued to pay in good faith since that time. My concern is limited to the charges that accrued before that period, before service was never, because service was never properly established. I bought a mobile home, clear on my family's property. I haven't lived in this city full time since, well, at all, since 2007 when I graduated from Mississippi State University. And no instructions were given explaining access or use to that particular system. My property is located approximately about a quarter mile from the road where collection occurs. Without a container or any guidance, there was no practical, reasonable way to utilize the service. I provided a video in the email that I sent, just showing you just terrain and limitations as far as what that looks like. In 2016 and 2019, and I communicated directly with Golden Triangle Waste. Communicated in regards to not having a waste can. And there was some communication back from them a couple of times. I spoke with a female over the phone. Me not having a container, but also telling me that I would potentially be served in regards to passing waste can. I also never received any no action taken to establish service itself. Because even throughout all that communication, I still didn't get a trash can delivered to our property until 2022. I think next thing, I was kind of want to speak in regards to concerns about equity. Other residents in my area provided a county condition container and defined a point of service. In my case, I was expected to either purchase my own container or transport waste by vehicle over a quarter-mile distance in order to participate. That is not the expectation placed on other residents. So I would ask, are other residents being asked to haul trash in their personal vehicles in order to receive the same service that they are being charged for? I also want to briefly address this suggestion of due diligence. I did report the issue, and I acted once I became aware of it. I was not a resident of Mississippi during this period, and I did not receive direct billing at my address in the account that had already been significantly delinquent. However, once service was established, I began paying consistently. I also paid all other utilities that this property at this time as well. At no point has documentation been provided showing that service was established, communicated, or performed with our property prior to that time. So to summarize, this is not about a board responsibility. This is about aligning charges with actual accessible service. I understand the county's policy, but I believe that the service here is how the policy would apply in a situation where service was never established or made accessible. I acted in good faith once service was provided, and I'm asking for the same fairness in return. I respect the request that the charges approved prior to the established service be removed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for appearing before the board. We certainly got your concerns. We will get with our board attorney and our garbage a resolution to this issue.
Yes, sir.
But we will certainly take seriously your concern.
Yes, sir.
On this. Anything else from outside of the road?
Oh, yes, sir. The resident is 6055 Silk Creek Road. Yes, sir.
I'll tell you that I take mine, I don't, my teenage son takes a quarter mile every week, and that point, yes, people do tote out, and then if you need a garbage can ever, you can call, that's concerning to me, but if you need to call me, if you need a replacement or the top gets torn off, because when you do that long haul, the tires are gonna come off and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. And this is a gravel road that I'm traveling up, as far as, I have a service connected injury also. I served 8 years in the United States Air Force, service connected injury to my shoulder and hip. So I wasn't going to tow trash a quarter mile up to the road just to be able to participate in the traffic system.
Let me ask you, have you all, at this point, have you gotten a garbage container and have you?
It was delivered in around 2022, started paying the bill in 2022.
Okay.
Once one was provided.
Okay. All right, well, we certainly do appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We will certainly be getting back to you with a solution.
Yes, sir.
Or an answer at least.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you so much. We need a motion to acknowledge. Motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Williams. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Next on under our presentation, we've got our community counseling services. Ms. Whitney Cox, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How are y'all?
Well, how are you?
Good. My name is Whitney Cox. I'm the county administrator here at Knoxville Hall for community counseling. And I'm just going to do an overview of our fiscal year 2025 and kind of what to expect from us in our fiscal year 2026. And so if you're looking at the sheet that we provided, it's got the overview of how many adults and children we served in 2025. We had 707 adults, which is an increase from 592 in fiscal year 2024. 252 children, which is also an increase. And so what we are noticing is that our services are continuing to grow. We are providing more direct care to adults and children in Oktibbeha County, which we're really excited about. One thing that has doubled since last year is the amount of pre-affidavit commitments we've been doing. Last year, we had 30, and in 2025, we had 64. And so I know we are working very closely with Chancery Court. They are noticing that increase as well. So we're thankful for the partnership that we do have with everyone to make this process go as smoothly as possible. We tried to divert some of those commitments to our crisis residential unit, and when we were able to do that, we were able to send 22 individuals to our shorter-term acute care in West Point. We've been able to send 9 Oktibbeha residents to inpatient substance abuse treatment at Pines and Katy Hill in Columbus. And we have been able to provide housing assistance to 101 individuals in Oktibbeha County, which has been one thing we've noticed as a growing problem in our area is housing instability, homelessness. And so we were able to provide some of our housing funding to get those individuals either to stay in the house they were already in or find suitable housing for those that were struggling with that issue. One thing that grew for us in not the best way in fiscal year 2025 was the amount of costs that we were not reimbursed for. Last year, it was about $77,000 of services that we did not get reimbursed for various reasons, whether insurance was not paying that, Medicaid would not pay that, or Department of Mental Health grant funding ran out and we were not able to be reimbursed for those services. And so in 2025, it grew to $109,000. So it's significant and something that we're battling and trying to find grants that we're able to access in order to lower that cost to us. But we continue to provide anger management that is contracted through the Starkville School District. We were able to service 61 individuals in that. 33 mental health and substance abuse assessments as referred by CPS, drug court, and local courts and judges in the county. If you look at the back of the sheet, it's got an overview of our budget. So for CCS, the annual budget is $22.9 million, and we employ just over 300 agency staff. For Oktibbeha County, our budget is $2.4 million. We have 40 full-time and 2 part-time employees that are housed right here in Oktibbeha County, and a salary totaling $1.3 million. Oktibbeha County provides us with $45,500 in millage money, and that is about 1.87% of the CCS Oktibbeha budget. Last year, we submitted a request for an increase in the millage provided by the county, and so I'm again here to ask for that to be considered. We are looking at maybe a 2.2% increase, and so I've got some separate kind of documentation for that I can leave with y'all or email to Mr. Carpenter if needed. We provided y'all this year with the entire agency for Region 7 for all 7 of our counties. I'm not going to go over all that with y'all because I know we are talking about Oktibbeha County. We have a lot of exciting things in store. We have applied for a grant through SAMHSA, and we are hoping to receive that. And if selected, it will be for an assisted outpatient treatment program, which will help our court system tremendously for any individual involved with child protective services, in the court system for any kind of domestic disputes, substance-related issues, or mental health concerns. It will allow us to treat those individuals at no cost to the individual, at no cost to the county. So we're really eager to hear back from SAMHSA about that. Our goal is to continue providing care for Oktibbeha County, working with every industry, agency, in a united partnership. And we're very thankful for the support that we get from Oktibbeha County.
Any comments from the board? Good service.
Thank you very much. We are excited to keep it moving in 2026. And if y'all ever have any issues or concerns, please reach out to me.
We certainly appreciate all.
Question for Mr.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Mr. Carter, you know, weren't we in some type of consideration or discussion with community council about the funds from the the opioid lawsuit?
That's correct. We haven't finalized any of that. Whitney and I talked about that earlier today. We're gonna circle back to that and try and get that moving. We did have some proposals. We just didn't work through all of the details as to the salaries and the different things we were talking about paying for as it related to the commitment of people who have addictive problems. But certainly it's still on the table and we're working through those details.
That's good, that's good.
Yeah, absolutely.
If anyone needs services about the main line, 494-4066, or is that the local?
That may be our crisis line. So our main line is 323-9318. So that's our main office. But one thing I didn't go over is our crisis calls. But so for fiscal year 2025, Oktibbeha County residents had a total of 135 crisis calls to our crisis hotline. Of those 135, 49 required our mobile crisis response team to actually go out and report on site for those. One thing that has continued to grow and improve is the collaboration with the Sheriff's Department, Starkville Police Department, and crisis intervention training. Oktibbeha, I think, is the second highest county in our catchment area with CIT trained officers, which means that they are trained and they work very closely with our mobile crisis team. When they respond to a call, can tell that there's a mental health issue, they work with us to help get that individual the care that they need rather than potentially jail. And so we have been able to really intervene and navigate those crises to get individuals help in whether it's our crisis unit, enrolled in services, or even to a hospital setting. It's been a wonderful partnership, and that continues to increase as well.
Well, we certainly agree that the services that you all offer for the citizens of this county and the other counties that you represent is certainly invaluable. And, it's no secret that mental health issues and things are definitely on the rise. It's a good thing that we can partner with our law enforcement and our first responders to become more educated on these type of issues, and having you all in place to actually go out and assess patients and things of that nature. Certainly invaluable. We certainly do appreciate everything that you do. Anything else from the board? If not, thank you so much for coming. Motion to acknowledge. Motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Little. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Okay, we've got, next on our presentations, we've got, I'm going to call our Human Resource Officer up and let her bring you up to speed on what we're doing.
So back at the end of March, we asked a request for qualifications to get a full broker service on our employee benefits consulting and administration services. So we had 4, and we went through those thoroughly through their request for qualifications and their submissions. And we now have 2 that we're going to present in front of you. The first is going to be AmeriLife. If they want to come on up, they're going to present. And then we'll have Hub International that will follow behind. In between, they're going to present, and then you can ask whatever questions you like. There's going to be a Q&A part after that. So if we want to get started, do I need to make a motion to start?
We can go ahead and make a motion to open up the floor for presentations.
So,
Motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Little. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. We're now open for presentations.
You have the presentations in front of you, that the smaller packets, you got their full RFP, and then you have the presentation that you can make notes on. That's that first one there.
Good morning, board. My name is Michelle Davis. I'm with Oak Ridge Insurance. We are a local broker that has partnered with AmeriLife as a third-party administrator to provide CPA services for Oktibbeha County. And this is Keith Patterson. He is the representative for AmeriLife. And so we are going to kind of break this up a little bit. He's going to do the first part to discuss the TPA services and how that works. And I will do the second part that explains our broker services and how we interact with the BPA and provide stop loss, PDM, and compliance services.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. So a little bit about Oak Bridge. It's a local company that got offices in Starkville, Columbus, Amory, Tupelo, and South Haven. They're a top 50 broker in the country and expanding pretty rapidly at this point. And this is all in your packets. I'm not going to go through every little bullet, but they're a valuable partner for what we do. AmeriLife Benefits, we've been around for about 60 years serving public sector employers. My home office is in Clearwater, Florida. I report to an office out of Overland Park, Kansas. I live in Jackson, Tennessee. That's the Jackson that they sing about. All right, we're a licensed third-party administrator, and what that means, we do consolidated invoicing with our services, providing flexible spending account administration. We're independent benefit specialists, so we don't care about the carrier so much as the fit for each client. So when we work with a client, we work through that process and what that looks like. Professional benefits enrollment company, we're going to talk more about that. Some of the clients locally, for the Oak Bridge team, you see Golden Triangle, Regional Airport, the public schools here, Amory School District, City of Amory Utilities, and you can see all of those. AmeriLife, a long footprint of business in the state of Mississippi with state agencies and school districts. And then we're nationwide as well, grouped all the way from California to Florida. And then you've got your Oak Bridge team will be servicing the group, Michelle, Tracy Davis, and Chase Watson. And then from our standpoint, there'll be 250 employees in our group, and 100 of them focused on supporting me and my sales efforts. And then we'll be probably 20 to 25 employees from our team to be providing services directly to the employees of the county. And these are the service team. And from our service center, every client, regardless of the client, gets a dedicated toll-free number. So when we're servicing those clients, one of those clients uses that number to call in, we know exactly who that client belongs to or that employee belongs to. And it's designed to be one stop for answering whatever questions they may have. If it's general customer service, inquiries, they need assistance with the claim form, that's what those folks are there for. It also is the way that we onboard new employees throughout the year. And that experience is the same whether they're meeting someone on the phone, doing a Zoom conference call, or being in person. It's the same process. And then claims assistance. You got that employee who has a claim issue with Unum Dental or Pacific Life, critical illness, or whatever the carrier is. We're going to support that employee in resolving that issue. Every call that comes into that call center is retained for 7 years. So if an employee comes to Jennifer and says, hey, I've got an issue with the conversation I had with the AmeriLife team, we can send a WAV file to them within a matter of minutes and can record the whole conversation, whether it was 2 minutes or 30 minutes. And we encourage appointment scheduling for employees so that if you have a bunch of guys, most of them can't spell insurance. So we love to get the wives involved in educating on those benefits, and that's exactly what that's designed to be, so that both parties can make informed decisions about the benefits. We go through a whole implementation process that includes engagement in setting the standard for how do we get employees educated about the benefits so that they know exactly what's offered to them. And we're engaged in all of the benefits, the medical, the dental, the life and disability. We're creating a benefits portal, which is an online library where they can go and see all the benefits well before the presentation or the meeting with counselors. We're providing benefit guides that we can be emailed. We're doing flyers that are tailored to the county, and then doing videos and brochures, and then following up on that communication. And it's going to be in the form of email communications as well as text messaging, because a lot of people are more responsive to text messaging versus emails. And then we're gonna create a benefit management platform so that Jennifer or anyone with the county can look and see what employees are enrolled in whatever benefits. And then it's a self-enrollment platform as well, so employees can go in and self-enroll if they want, or they can choose to utilize a benefit counselor. From an integration standpoint, we have our own technology people in-house. So if you have a platform, whether it's one of these platforms, I understand the county has an AS400 platform. So we can interface with any platform. All we need is the specs to do so. So we approve that time and again with all of our clients. As long as the data is provided to us to provide data to it, we can push information to that platform. And from a billing and management standpoint, we capture all of the initial and ongoing group enrollment for the employer. We audit every invoice. So we got two platforms. We have this enrollment platform and then a billing platform that sits on the back end of it. Whenever we get a carrier invoice, that platform is looking for discrepancies. And so when we see an employee who's no longer eligible, our system's been the system of record, we're saying, okay, that person shouldn't be on the invoice. And when we provided an audited bill to the employer as a TPA, all the benefits will be on one invoice. You provide one check to us and we remit that check to the carriers. Now, the only entities that we can't collect money for are typically the medical carriers because they want their money directly. And so we transfer the eligibility back and forth with the medical carriers, but we do not collect money on their behalf. We go through a whole implementation process. We define that based on what are the targets that we have to meet. When is that first payroll deduction? When do the benefits become effective? When does the enrollment end? We work backwards from that, and then we walk through every step of that process to make sure that we're adhering to that open enrollment timeline. And then post-enrollment, we usually take about 2 weeks to go through all of the data. We do an employee survey because if you're making a transition from one way of doing things to another, you want the feedback from your employees. Are they more educated about the benefits? Do they have a deeper appreciation for those benefits? Because you face it, you do insurance and employee benefits not because you love insurance, because it's a tool of attraction and retention. And relaying your value proposition to those employees is critical, and we want to be an extension of that and improve the value of what we do. And we go through the billing, we do payroll deduction files to the different carriers and to the client for the open enrollment, and we have follow-up meetings and then ongoing workflows. We establish that, what do we do with new hires and qualified life events, and then periodic service reviews. And then the engagement, measuring engagement, we do that. So we built that benefits portal. We report back. This is what the employees are looking at, how long they're spending on the various pages, and proving that you can get these people engaged in that whole process with that feedback as well. Best in class benefits and consulting. We're carrier agnostic. We go out to the marketplace, we look for the best fit for the client, bring you back options, and you select whatever carriers you want to put in place based on the needs of the employee population. Then you get
So the importance of having a TPA service combined with a broker is that while we're going to go through how we benefit you in stop loss, pharmacy benefit, and compliance from an education and counseling standpoint and consulting standpoint, having that agnostic TPA that has enrollment services that are non-commission based, so those benefit counselors are going out and they're meeting with your employees and they're going through every benefit they have. They do not earn a commission based on what they sell. They earn a flat salary. So they're going through that and they're acknowledging that person's needs and then helping them find the right combination of benefits to meet those needs. They're not just trying to sell them something, which I think is invaluable. Because a lot of times you have employees that go to open enrollment meetings and they end up talking to 2 or 3 different people at the end of it, they're kind of confused about what benefits they have, work together to help that member. Or they go halfway through the year and they think, I don't know what I have or who I have it with. And so having that TPA that combines everything into one bill, one call center, and one benefit counselor that can walk them A through Z through everything that they have and how those function together, is just very, as he said, into helping those employees to understand their benefits and to appreciate them. We work with a lot of city and county governments. We worked with Golden Triangle Planning and Development for many, many years here in Starkville, but we have City of Canton, City of West Memphis, several different large city and county governments, over a dozen over in Arkansas that we service. And so we understand that we can't always pay our county government employees what they deserve. But the benefits is a big part of their compensation package. And so making sure those are top of the line, making sure that we're offering them not just one carrier because it's easier, but the best in the market, and then consolidating that into one payroll deduction sheet, one bill, and one call center, so that they have the best without overloading your HR department. And then employees don't have to question, who do I have it with, and who do I call to get the problem resolved? They know it's just that one phone call. So where we come in at as Oak Ridge is helping to coordinate that, make sure everything's in place, being the local presence that's here that your employees are going to see on a regular basis, and then also in providing things on the pharmacy and stop loss side. So stop loss insurance can be very convoluted, and making sure that you have the best contracts in place, making sure that somebody is going through your claims report on a regular basis, working with the underwriter leading up to renewal to make sure that they've gone through their ag calculations correctly, that they are presenting a renewal that makes sense based on your claims data, that they have gone through and identified those high-cost claimants, but also just going through the market, just holding your current one accountable. You know, sometimes you get into a route where you're with just the same company year after year and you just renew. But if nobody's marketing that and holding that person accountable to say, why are we giving them that increase? Don't just say medical trend, why are we giving them that increase? And just holding their feet to the fire to make sure that they understand that there are competitors out there and negotiating those rates with them. And then also keeping you guys informed throughout the year of where you're at so that you know from a month-to-month basis what your claims versus your claims funding looks like. We also have different programs within the stop loss that can help mitigate lasers by having different programs that were once only available to Native American tribes that are now also available to self-funded health plans to help remove high-cost claimants from your claims fund while still providing that member with care and treatment at no cost to that member. And so those programs are very important. They're very helpful because we have insurance and it's great that we have it, but when we need it to work, and we need it to work accurately and efficiently. But we also need to protect the county's claims fund at the same time. And so those programs help to do both and to deliver that to your employees. We also have different PBM carve-out opportunities that help cover the cost of specialty medications, high-cost brand name medications. Specialty meds are the #1 killer of claims funds today. There's specialty meds coming out every single day. It's not going to stop. It's only going to get worse. 70% of the new meds coming out in the market are specialty meds, and they're very expensive. And while only 3% of your population uses specialty meds, it's over 70% of your claims spend on the pharmacy side. And that's the impact that it has. And so having those PBM carve-out opportunities where those members can get those meds directly for free without it impacting your claims fund at retail rate is very, very impressive in what we've been able to save. And you should have that in your handout, but it looks like, yes. And I just picked 4 of our county governments that we have and what we've done in the last 3 years with those county governments, making them self-funded, helping them on their pharmacy benefit management. One of them is a 50-year client of ours. We saved them over $600,000 in premiums, over $800,000 sitting in reserves, and a pharmacy savings of over $2 million in that time frame. County 2 is a 240 life group, 240 employees, 9-year client that we've had them improve their benefits. They have a $0 deductible, and it's a 100% plan after that. So they literally go into the hospital and they don't have anything. The only thing that they have throughout the years is office visit copays and pharmacy copays. They have over $1 million in reserves, reduced pharmacy spend by 36%. Their treasurer actually came up to me one year and said, we have too much money sitting in our reserves and we have to do something with it. For a county government, we can't just hold it here, what are we gonna do? And so their board opted to help offset some of their dependent costs. So, another county government, 300 employees, we've had them for 4 years now, improved their benefit, over 900,000 in reserves, reduced their pharmacy spend by 40,000. And then county number 4, 300 employees, 9 years that we've had them, we've improved their benefits. They have a $500 deductible with no co-insurance after that. And then over 1.5 million in reserves with reduced pharmacy spend at 61%. City of Canton, just to bring it closer to you guys here in Mississippi, City of Canton has no co-pays. They have a $500 deductible. Their employees go into the hospital, they're there for 3 months, the most they owe is $500 in a calendar year, and then they have no co-pays for pharmacy, no co-pays for doctor's offices. So very rich benefit while saving them money. On top of that, we do benchmarking, which I think is important to bring it all together. You can say that you can save people money, and you can tell people that you can improve their benefits, but the proof is in the pudding, so the benchmarking reports are very important. That not only benchmarks you against your historical use, it also benchmarks you against the nation, and then also against your industry. So it can take just county governments in your area around your size, and it can benchmark where you're at compared to others. Because, as we said, keeping and retaining and attracting employees is important. Mm-hmm. Keeping them within the county is important. Turnover costs money. And so having those employees, having that rich benefit package where you can attract those employees and retain them year after year and help boost that package for them is very, very important. And then compliance. Compliance is a big word, everybody likes to throw it around, but it is also very, very important. We have seen more and more audits being done where groups were found to be out of compliance. It does happen often in city and county governments just because many times we don't get to have an HR person, which is fabulous that you guys see. A lot of times they don't. They have a county clerk that's doing the HR work, or they have a city clerk that's handling the benefits. And so having that HR audit just goes through and says, okay, this is how we've always done it. But regulations change, and are we at the right spot for everything? Do we have copies of everything? If an auditor walks in and says, I need these 5 things, do we have them in place? And then also just going through best practices and making sure that if it's in your handbook. I was just speaking to a city here locally the other day, and they said, well, we allow this for our FMLA. On top of regular FMLA, we allow this other leave. And I said, well, is that in your stop loss contract? And the city attorney looked at me and kind of did his head sideways, and I said, if it's not in your stop loss contract, then that claim isn't going to be covered, even though it's in your handbook and it's how you administer your plan. So making sure that all of your contracts match up to what your policies and regulations are very important. And so that's also part of our auditing process. And so it's very simple. We pick a time to meet. We set up a call that would have Jennifer on the phone with the auditors going through, let's go through this list of questions, let's go through this list of documents, and then they would come back to her and say, these are our recommendations based on this. This is where something is out of compliance, or this is where you're in compliance, but best practices say, let's make sure that we have these in place in case of an audit. Just makes it easier. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, I do. I wanted to ask, like, I know you are correct when you say that part of our employees, benefits, our benefits are very important to them. And I just want to make sure that when you say y'all have local people and people, get to City of Canton, go and triangle that, but you have people that are accessible that, will come and sit and visit and are on a weekly, monthly basis if something comes up, if Jennifer has a problem, if anything in the county has a problem, that they're going to yeah, that y'all will be coming to us.
I have a home here in Starkville, so I am very local, I'm very accessible, you're probably gonna get sick of seeing my face, because I'm here all the time. I'll be in and out of the different buildings because, again, with county governments, it's sometimes difficult to reach every department, every member. Road department guy, they wanna get out of there at 6:30 in the morning and go do their thing, and so we make sure that when we are meeting with them, that we are meeting their needs. So we will go to the road department at 6 a.m. We'll go to the sheriff's office at 11 o'clock at night, see the 911 dispatchers, things like that, to make sure that everybody, regardless of their schedule, regardless of their department, has access to us. Because a lot of times people don't want to use the phone, they don't want to talk to somebody over the phone, they want to see somebody in person, they want to have, a personal conversation, and so we do provide that. But yes, we have an office here in Starkville, we have one in Columbus, Amory. We have over 700 employees, so we have offices throughout the South, but definitely, yes, me and Tracy are both here locally.
So, and I know in and out of network is a big deal, for things like that. So your those things are custom tailored for us.
Yes, they are custom tailored, and then also because you're self-funded, we do one-off contracts with providers. So if for instance, I had a city down on the coast that had a lady with metastatic breast cancer, and she did not have an oncologist within 50 miles that was in network for her particular plan that could provide the treatment, the specific treatment that she needed. And so we got her into case management, immediately got her working to have that case manager that could streamline pre-authorizations and pre-certs. And then we worked with an oncologist that was closer to her home that could treat her. And he was not in anybody's network, because he didn't have to be. He was just one of those high specialists that could treat whoever he wanted to, not have to be in anybody's network. And we negotiated the patient agreement with him so that she could still receive those services. They would still be considered in-network, so she would get her in-network benefit, but it also wasn't just slamming that city's funds. And those are pretty easy. We did those on, I just did one the other day for an internist and officer. So those are pretty simple to do.
I have one question, Supervisor, from me. Just so that I'm clear, as a broker, we're looking to you, right? And then you're partnering with a third-party administrator, which is you, to facilitate primarily the education and the onboarding and offboarding and all of that kind of stuff with our employees. So you'll primarily be the face of our employees or your group, right? And then you would primarily serve as the face to my HR director, myself, and the board as it relates. So if we have a problem with this gentleman, then we're coming to you. Is that an
That's
accurate
correct.
statement?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Are there employee benefits that you?
Oak Ridge is a top 40 broker in the country, so we have all kinds of services. Stop loss carriers and NG across the country. So it would just be marketed. It's not necessarily, not necessarily to move you from what you have, but to evaluate what you have and make sure it's the right fit for you. And just make sure that, again, we're holding that, hey, there is competition out there, and we need to make sure that if we're passing along an increase or a contract change, that we're doing so in the best interest of Oxford County and not their own pocketbook.
So you will need more information to give us the quote, because to my understanding, our reinsurance is that's where our premium cost comes from.
The fixed cost part of it, yes. So you have TPA fees that Blue Cross will charge you, and then you have the reinsurance fees from the stop loss. That's about 5 to 7% of your total premium, and then the rest of it's going to be your claims funding.
Yes, so we're self-insured, so that reinsurance cost, you would be able to provide that because you have
Correct.
specific information. So give us the cost for it.
And you
Yes,
would-
ma'am, we would take over what you have currently and then evaluate it to ensure that it is the best contract for you. And then we would present, and ultimately, it's up to you guys. You know, we'll present different quotes, we'll present, and negotiate with your current carriers and your current contracts. But then we'll present to you what we have found in the market and explain them, go through them, answer any questions that you have about them. And things and say, hey, you know, is it worth it to you guys to bump up the premium $1 to have an extra $1,000 in benefits a year, or would you prefer to stay here? And then it's also my job as your broker to say, hey, this guy came in with a really great rate, this carrier, but their customer service isn't the best. You know, they're slow to pay claims. Sometimes they're buying the business. If they're a carrier that's in one of those growth modes where they're buying the business. And so that's our job to consult you on those things. And then allow you to make the decision on what you feel like is best for Oklahoma County.
Which will be outside of the health insurance, dental.
It would be all of it, yes.
And you mentioned a laser program, so that you have a program for like laser.
So lasers are something that everybody has a different opinion on. We do have different programs. We have captive arrangements that have no new laser. They're getting their medication for free. The county's been on over this way now. And so you wouldn't want to change anything with your stop loss in the middle of the year. But we say, this is what we feel like the renewal should look like. And then when that renewal comes out, be able to work with that underwriter to say what we need. And we do that on a regular basis. I'm on the phone with an underwriter almost the entire month of
So this is just a handful of public entities we handle. We actually deal with a lot more, but I just threw a few on there that y'all would probably be comfortable with. I've been working with Yazoo, Warren, Lee County, Washington County, over 30 years each. Outside of a 5-year stint, I think we've been working with y'all for about 25 years as well. So we have a lot of longevity with a lot of counties. Over the years, we've worked with, I think, over 40 of the 82 counties throughout the time. All right. And on the private sector, we're doing all right too. Southern Farm Bureau, Yates Construction, Butler Snow, Guarantee Bank, Brown Bottling Group, Mississippi College, Pearline, Cookie Company, Heritage Properties, Ceasefire. Some companies y'all are pretty comfortable with. No one here in the state of Mississippi. We have great partnerships with these companies, but we have a partnership with every company because we're so large. So we don't care which one you go with. I don't have a lot of hidden incentives. There's bonus structures a lot of times when you're a smaller broker. I don't even know what those bonus structures are. They literally don't even tell us. I have no incentive whatsoever to place you with any certain carrier, and I will personally tell you the ones that are harder to deal with. So deep Mississippi public sector experience. Like I said, we've been here a long time. Been around this. I will point out my experience is 15 years at full time in this business, but I have for our TPA since I was 5 years old. So I've been around this a while. I'm 42. That gives me 37 years of experience around this world. And then I'm going to go ahead and introduce my team here. Go and flip it over to the next one. That's me. 15 years of experience. You knew me from MPE. You know me from Hub now. We got PK. We call her PK. Winters. She's been around this business for a long time, worked with some really top-notch folks. She worked with a company called Bottrell, with Pam Files. Is that the current right name? All right. So I want to make sure I got her name right. Pam is also one of the largest brokers in the state, so she's been with a few good ones here, but over 27 years of experience. And then Connor's the newest to our team, and he's going to be kind of your day-to-day guy. He's been with us a year and a half to 2 years now. You didn't get to see him as much last year because he had a preemie, which helped him understand. Here to share how much yours was?
So for 3 months in the NICU, it was close to $4 million.
No. So. All right, and like I said, we all come from different backgrounds, but because of my history with the TPA, and that's one of the part, we were a TPA, so we have an in-house TPA. Technically, we have two. Over the next year, you will see two come one, so you will know our other brand as opposed to MPE, you'll know our other brand as Fox Everett. And a lot of people are already familiar with that brand. Been working with Yates Construction and most of those other teams. They're self-funded through Fox Everett. So it's a pretty well-known brand, and that brand will not be going away. All right. This is our specialty practice groups. So each one of those things, and you probably have to look, it may be a little small in there, so you may have to look on your iPads. But each one of these sections in a different color coding represents a different part of our business and how we go about taking care of our clients. So we have HR and technology solutions. And I'll cover these a little more later. I promise you it'll come back. Client HR advocacy, cost management, compliance consulting. A vital part of what goes on in an employer health or employee benefits plan. All right. So one of the main things I wanted you to understand, carrier neutrality. I'm not going to read all these. Y'all have it right in front of you. It's going to get boring if I read it all to you. So we work with a lot of carriers. We work with hundreds of carriers. Most of those are going to be your ancillary. In the state of Mississippi, you have the TPA business, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and you
have United Healthcare. Now, once you get into those, United Healthcare has an arm that's a true TPA, UMR. So those are some of the options. Not only that, we have access to tens of claims. All right, let's roll to the next one. I think you skipped one. Go back one. All right. One of the biggest things that Jennifer well, one of the challenges I've seen from the day we took over as y'all's medical broker is it's a challenge for your employees. They come in and they are shuffled to 5 different places, and maybe they have a little bit of business with Colonial, maybe it gets confusing. So consolidating that process through annual open enrollment, giving everybody a guide, letting them know what's available to them, communicating all that on the front end, that's a very vital part of how we go about, improving this process. All right? But also you have people that are hired throughout the year. Those are your new hires. So we have to make sure that we're adequately providing opportunities for them to also see what's available to them. And those are 2 different strategies on how we deal with those. All right? I'm going to hit the high point here. We're the largest broker in Mississippi. It's not even close. We are the largest broker for Blue Cross Blue Shield in Mississippi. We're the largest broker for United Healthcare. It's not even close. We also are here locally. Yes, our office is in Ridgeland. That's where we're based out of. But we're up here a lot. There's a lot of us that are Bulldogs. So I'll be here this weekend for the Auburn game. Pretty psyched about it. Look at me, I'll be in the left field loft. So y'all wave at me, I'll be hanging out with Dak the Bulldogs.
Pricing, for special pricing, just because of our
100%.
that other brokers cannot get.
It gives us leverage.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, Blue Cross Blue Shield is a large corporation. They don't listen all the time real well, but it also allows us some opportunities to go in. We meet with them at least twice a year. We have a gathering with them. They come in our office. Their CFO, their COO, their CEO. Well, let me take it back. Their CEO has never shown up. I don't think there's a single meeting with anybody. So CSO, they're in and out of our office. We're having conversations, trying to help them become a better carrier, and also trying to make sure that we have the right relationship with them, that we can, work on behalf of our clients. So we're the voice to them for y'all, and vice versa. All right. So this is a claims advocacy situation. This explains the life of a claim. When something goes wrong, you call us. We're going to take care of it. All right. Go back. One. Yep. Hub's role in ongoing administration. We are a central point of accountability. We take care of all the vendors. We make sure you're with the right TPA or ASO. That's what you would call a Blue Cross or United Healthcare. Somebody that is a fully insured carrier that offers services. Blue Cross does not offer a TPA arm. They offer a ASO arm. And the major difference in that is they're generally not allowing you to carve out a lot of different parts of it. You don't get to have as much of a say-so in what different parts are involved in it. So, we were talking about PBMs. They have their own PBM that they contract with. Generally have not allowed you to carve that out. They did allow their first one this past year, so that's certainly part of the conversation we want to be having here is, can we do that for y'all? Because I can't assume that the same PBM is the right partner for every single group out there, and probably not the case for y'all either. So it's something we want to have that conversation and see if we can carve that out and find a better alternative for y'all. All right, we're going to come have our quarterly. Mr. Carpenter, Ms. Franklin, on a quarterly basis, maybe it's biannual, at their request, however often they want to. And we go over the claims, how are they looking, Anything we need to be on the lookout for? Is there somebody that's, become a large claimant that we need to be careful of and, start focusing on? So, and then how do we reduce the burden on your county staff? It's us. We're here. We're gonna take care of it for you. We just take it on for you. I ain't gonna have to deal with it. My cell phone. That's the other thing. I've given y'all all my cell phone over the years. I do that for a reason. I've had people call me at 5 o'clock in the morning. I've had people call me while I'm at church. My cell phone don't turn off ever. Because if you're calling me and I'm your last line of defense, you're having a pretty bad day. My day can handle a little bit of your bad day too. So, all right, this is a sample calendar. This is obviously just a sample. There's a lot of things that would still need to be considered on what works best for y'all. All right, so obviously y'all just renewed. Y'all just got done with your December cycle. You just renewed everything. January, we want to go ahead and start kicking off. We want to get people excited about their benefit plan. Then we're going to move over to in March do a plan document review. We're going to do a compliance audit somewhere in there. We're going to then try to get around to open enrollment in October. There's a lot of parts that you'll see in here that all have to happen so that we can do that properly. So that's just a sample calendar. Try to move quick. I'm sorry. A lot to say. So compliance, we handle all your compliance stuff. And we've utilized this a few times. We have a compliance person in-house. They are not your attorney, they're our attorney, but they will definitely point your attorney in the right direction anytime there's an issue. So we go through it, we find any issues that we can point out. If there's a problem with any ACA reporting, you hadn't filed anything, y'all are different though. Governmental is its own entity. Y'all have your own set of rules, so they're well versed in those rules, and they're trying to make sure that y'all are staying compliant with every single thing out there. And also, once a year, sometimes twice a year, we have big compliance meetings. We invite y'all to them. Y'all are welcome to come, learn all about compliance. I'm not going to promise you it's going to be a good time. It's definitely not. But we're going over all the things that have changed over the past year and making sure you're well versed on them. All right. Implementation roadmap. This is another sample timeline. We went with this because I think this is the goal. October, open enrollment is the goal. So when you think about that, you have to start thinking backwards. If your goal is to be done in October, you got to start thinking of all the parts that have to go into place between here and there. There's a few challenges there, and I'll let y'all read all that. I mean, you can read it in your own leisure. I don't imagine anybody's going to, but you can definitely go back and read some of this. The one thing I do want to point out is October, 1st of October may be a challenge because a lot of these carriers require a 90-day lockup period. In other words, they don't want to firm up their quotes until 90 days out. And the reason that is you have somebody that just got diagnosed with something, we need to kind of know what's going on. And so they don't know their final underwriting number. So it may be, we'll have to fight hard to see if we can, one, get the carriers to fudge on that a little bit and be a little more flexible with us. Or we may have to be slightly flexible and say, hey, the earliest we can actually get the contract, signed by y'all is, the 1st of October. So we're still in that window to get maybe somewhere in October, get that open enrollment rollout, which would mean November, getting everything implemented, making sure everything's on plan, and then 12/1, you renew.
Is there a bridge in between there or not? Where my head is on this problem. Are we gonna have a spot that may have
A lapse?
Yes.
No, there will be no lapses. So your contract would still be on 12/1, unless you choose not to. And if that's the case, what you do is you buy a contract that would buy it up a couple months. So you could say, hey, we want to align with this date, and that's just a conversation you have with the carriers. 100% you can change those contract terms. I've done it multiple times. Lee County used to be a 3/1. We bought a short contract, got it over to a 1/1. That was their choice. Can't remember the logic. There was a really good one, so we made it happen. It can be done, 100%.
Just wanna make certain that we're not having.
Yeah, we'll never make any recommendation ever that has a coverage lapse. I watched it happen in the city of Jackson, or Hines County, I can't remember which one, and like, that had been one of the most stressful periods ever.
Hines had a lapse.
Yeah, on their medical, stop loss. I know that's shocking.
It's shocking.
All right, so this is the thing I want to talk about the most, because we talk about all the things we can do. The most important part is who's going to do it, and I want you to see the faces of the people who do it. So, let's say you make us the broker record on everything. Now the next plan is, how are we going to implement all these goals? So, first step, financial analysis. Thomas Hodges, he is an actuary. That means he's a genius with numbers and has passed the test to prove he's a genius with numbers. He would go through and look through all the claims data and say, hey, look, yep, definitely self-funded. Hey, maybe you need an $80,000 contract instead of a $70,000. You'll get a little better premium pricing, and the risk is not that much extra. So we go through that. We help him see all the numbers, and he gives us recommendations. We bring those recommendations to you. All right, let's skip over to my pharmacy guy here, Brian. And all these are dedicated just to our region. They are not our national resources, and these are all hub employees. They are dedicated to just our region. So they're here often, and they're here meeting with our clients. Brian is a pharmacist. He is going to go look through all those contracts that you have with PBM. Is Prime, which is who you're currently with now, the best solution for you? I will give you my personal opinion, probably not. But they have a different division at Prime, that might be the best solution. There's 50 plus PBMs out there. We know all of them. We'll go through and we'll make sure that you're with the right one. And the reason you want to be with the right one, every drug that I showed you earlier, they have a couple things involved. They have a rebate, they have a retail price. We know all those. We're going to go through and figure out what your folks are taking. We're going to figure out the PBM that their formulary lines up with your plan best, and make sure that there's no conflicts in there. Make sure that there's ability to carve out things if we need to. We've reached out and utilized patients assistance programs. In this game, if y'all hadn't figured out, this has been on the state legislature's docket for the past 5 years. PBMs are not exactly the most wonderful group in the world. There are some good ones out there. There's some really, really bad actors. The bad actors typically happen to be aligned with some of the larger carriers. So there's lack of transparency. We try to work with the ones that are transparent, and we try to get on the front end some kind of idea of what you're going to be looking at as far as your exposure. Those are the ones we're trying to chase down. All right, compliance. Dawn was in my office on Friday. She was in our office 2 weeks ago. She goes through all your plan documents. She wants to make sure that there's nothing in there that is surprising, anything that's going to get you in trouble. Y'all have to deal with the ACA. Like I said, y'all get around a lot of rules because you're a governmental plan. But you're still dealing with the ACA. You're still dealing with all kinds of other compliance issues. One of the questions in our, I hope I can ask this question, Mr. Carter. One of the questions that was brought up is, are there people on the plan that maybe shouldn't be on the plan? The answer is probably yes. Does it fit what y'all are trying to accomplish here? And just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. So we can go through and create a list of maybe some things that we need to consider and rethink through, depending on who your carrier is, whether it's allowed or not to. So Stacy's cool. You can see she's got the cool glasses. She does our communication design stuff. So she's going to help, coming up with any kind of a website, benefit guides. We can make it look really cool. We can make it look really lame. Whatever's y'all's preference, we're going to tailor it towards y'all's folks. Ashley is another one of my favorite numbers nerds. She is going to go through all your claims data and see anything that pokes out. We're going to look through it and make sure that we're covering all your big issues. Jill is going to go through and help us with your technology. I know there's been a lot of talk about your AS400. It's antiquated. So the short answer is, on that, what can we do with it? There's gonna be some challenges implementing anything. There may be custom coding that has to be involved. And so there's some hints in there that I wanna, firm up, make sure that each one of the carriers or each one of the technology partners we choose aligns with what y'all have and make sure that they can, guarantee that they can do something with it. All right, Michelle's fun. She's going to go through and make sure, we've talked about, trying to get the Blue Bus, with Blue Cross. They bring their wellness bus around and she's going to be involved with all that. Trying to make sure we have a great wellness program put together. Make sure that any incentives y'all want to place into place. She's going to be involved with helping those and then kind of helping structure what's the best way to implement them. And then my favorite right here is Maria. So one of the big keys to this is y'all have a lot of voluntary benefits. They've been with a lot of different carriers. Maria, she runs our voluntary benefits program. Previously it was called the call center, but she's a little more open in what her role is now. But that is actually one of my favorite things in all Hub. Why? Because they have a group of independent counselors that will call or set up calls with each one of your employees, talk with them 20, 30 minutes, go over all the benefits with them, explain to them how their benefits work, ask them questions, let them ask them questions, and then go through it all and then let them make the decisions they want. And then on top of that, if you do it through the call center, they recorded it. So in 5 weeks, when somebody calls Ms. Jennifer over here and says, hey, I didn't take that benefit, hold on, we'll pull up the recording. Yes, you did. We can also implement that with other strategies. So we can also do an online enrollment program for those who are more technologically savvy, realistic. We have some people who probably don't use a lot of computers in the county. So we need to have a multi-tiered approach in that. So Maria would be very involved in all that. All right, I'm going to try to go way faster because I still have a few pages here. Stop loss and renewal strategy. All right. Okay. I'm told I'm going way long, so let me go through this real quick. As far as our stop loss strategy goes, we work with over 20-something carriers here in our local regional office, so we know them all, they know us, and we've worked with every single person out there. If they're good, they're on our call list. We're going to market to them, we're going to find out what they want to do. We're going to go over different strategies as far as, having a no new later contract. We implemented that a few years ago. It cost 8%. We were able to basically get it thrown in for, I think, 2% at the time. That's a good provision to have. It keeps you from, if you have somebody that is a ongoing laser, they can remain a laser. And we've talked a little bit about lasers here, but the key to a no new laser is they can't add any more. So if you have somebody in your plan that gets extraordinarily sick, they have a preemie baby, they can't laser them. They just can't. And on top of that, the only way that works to help you is you have to have a rate cap. Because you can say no new lasers, but what are they going to do? They're going to spike the premium up 100, 200%. Now you have a different problem. So by having a rate cap, just to kind of give you an understanding of what y'all currently have. The rest of this is about your no new lasers and all the different strategies on the contract. All right, I'm gonna go way. Yep, you're already there. Fee structure. When we came in, it was a commission-based structure. A couple years ago, we said, "Hey, look, it doesn't make sense for us to remain on this because what does that make me want to do? I wouldn't." But what does that incentivize me to do? It means for me to get your premiums up because I make more money if I do that. So we said, hey, this is what the commission was when we came in. We're going to leave it at that. And so we set it as a PEPM. So we are paid strictly based on a per employee per month amount. That doesn't go up when you have a bad year. It doesn't go down when you have a good year. It's very transparent. We're straightforward about what we get paid. Now, on most of the ancillary stuff, all your dental, vision, those are generally commissioned. But all this is open for discussion, interpretation. We've always been pretty fair. We don't try to make a ton of money off of you. To make enough to cover all of our services here. So All right. That's everything I have to say, and as quickly as I could possibly say it. There's a lot. As you can see, I narrowed down 100 pages of RFQ into hopefully just a handful of slides.
Anything from the board?
You almost love us here.
I'm sorry, that was a lot of information.
Do you see anything coming down different from, dental, on the dental side?
I will say that Delta Dental has been a great carrier. They're not the cheapest carrier, so that's something we're constantly evaluating. Should we go with reliability, or should we go with, we moved y'all to a different carrier. My one blunder, huge blunder that I made when we came in was I put y'all with a carrier. It was a very strong carrier. They were just getting into a new market, and that's when they came in the dental market, and there were some issues there. Now, I don't like the issues. I don't like your employees having issues, so I would be certain to make sure that we chose qualified carriers that have been strong for a long period of time, regardless of premium, but we are also going to negotiate.
In this area of the state, the dentists don't seem to like to participate. So Delta Dental, and having a high, percentage of how they wanted to participate with that. So we have that in this area a lot. And so that makes it hard for other carriers to kind of come in and be really good. So Delta Dental seems to have, be the best, from what we've seen so far, the best.
They have the best network.
But we always send it to the market, but, yeah.
I would not put anything into place that doesn't have an out-of-network provision that pays very highly, because dentists got really smart at business. I don't know, somewhere along the way, they must teach that at UMC or where they're going, because they chose to not participate in networks. There's a few people in the medical world that do that, but dentists are really good at knowing how to do the business out of it.
especially in this area of the state.
100%. That answer your question? Kind of, maybe.
Well, routine dental care seems to be okay, but once you get beyond the routine care, it seems like, participation is not as good.
You talking about with the dentist or with,
When you move on into something like, the oral aspect or into.
like offering like oral surgery and stuff like that? Yeah, that's all negotiable. Generally, when you tell me what y'all want, that's when we prefer to go to the market, because once we know exactly what you want in your contract, then we can go to the market with it and say, no, this is exactly what we want, because every carrier has something they're really good at, and they're going to highlight it, and they're going to say, oh, we moved this coverage to this tier, and it's just stronger and better. I want everything on paper to be apples to apples. I don't want y'all to have to sit there and redo a ton of contracts and see what's going to cover and not going to cover. That's our job. So once we know exactly what you want to have on here, we'll make sure that it's on there, and then they'll have to find the price that fits it. And then we'll put 5 or 6 different carriers against each other. I'm sure they love that, but we usually go to 20 carriers, narrow it down to 5 carriers, and then we start pitting them against each other to negotiate rates. But we first need to kind of know, hey, do you want orthodontics in there? We've got to make sure it's in there if you want it. Oral surgery, there's 50 different, items that are covered under a dental plan. We just want to make sure all of them are in there, and that they're in the tier that you want. Everything is literally negotiable. You can move oral surgery up to preventative if you really want to. It's just going to cost a lot of money.
Thank you.
I have, first, I know you were talking, there's, I think her name is Dawn, she's over at Compliance, which is the cafeteria, those supplemental policies. Just a question that I asked initially, how, with current policies that we have, those outside policies, not the health insurance, but our individual employee pay policies, will we will employees be able to keep what they currently have, or how would you handle that adjustment? Because that is a major thing. I know health insurance doesn't do pre-existing, but those outside policies does take that into account. So will employees lose those coverages, or?
Something like cancer, accident.
Yes, life
Most of them have a
insurance.
portability option, for those who are just like gung ho that, you know, I love my Allstate policy. Most of them have a portability option. I will say that generally, when we go into a process like this, we're gonna be able to negotiate better rates with better coverages than what they probably already have. So hopefully we would offer them a better service anyway, but yes, they generally communicate with them. Now, I would not suggest putting that on the county's payroll system because, you know, it's just adds more mess. I would just say, generally, this is how I think of it for y'all. I would generally say we have a carrier for this line of coverage that is our preferred carrier, and they're the ones being deducted through the payroll system and the cafeteria plan. But it goes through that carrier.
You mentioned getting better rates, so if it was Allstate, you're saying that you could go back in and get better, even better rates than what we currently have for Allstate?
That's a challenge because they look terrible if they do that, right? It's a possibility. I mean, we have more leverage than most probably do. But what we probably have to do to make that happen is go out there and show them what the market's doing, and then we say, all right, Allstate, can you put up or shut up? And that's about the best way to handle that. Just to answer your question, yes, it's possible. Is that where you want to land? That's more of a question for y'all. I don't know what your personal, you know, opinion of that particular carrier is, so that kind of weighs in.
I think my question is not more towards the better rates, because it is employee paid, so that doesn't affect the county. It is, sustaining the current coverage you have. So we may have several employees that may switch to a life insurance policy, but be denied because of some reason. Are they able to maintain and keep what they currently have?
Now, when we get into life insurance, when we
Or
go
disability, I know there's not.
yeah, when we go to negotiate, you can have like current amounts grandfathered in, or you can have the first year guarantee issued, which means no question up to a certain amount. Right? Or you can have employees that, like the previous lady said, grandfathered amount where they come in and keep what they currently have. Now, the worksite benefits that Brett was talking about, those are portable, which means they become individual, they pay it themselves if we were to change to another carrier. They just get people, but they pay it themselves. Yeah, most of them go out and pay.
Yes, to that question, guaranteed issue is how we handle most of that. We want to go through, and it's a benefit to folks because there's a lot of people who can't get insurance on the open market. So, you know, we're going to always try to negotiate as high of a guarantee issue as we can. The size that we have, we are able to do that pretty well. Carriers, I don't know how many I've seen come to our office this year, probably 40 or 50 of them. They're trying to get into our office. So that's one of the first things they do is they start telling us their guarantee issues over somebody else.
You can do all of that for the employee, and that can be negotiated on the front end.
And that is a big part of our strategy, is trying to offer the most we can for as little as we can.
She was asking if the rates would change if we ported them over.
I think they probably do, yeah. Yeah, if you're talking about like the worksite stuff, if you kept Allstate or you kept Colonial that you used to have, they probably will go up. It depends on if y'all were on a individual chassis, like if you were already quoting on an individual chassis versus a group chassis. So most of the groups that I know of in Mississippi are, unfortunately, they should be on a group chassis, but they're on individual chassis. So they would probably move over to the individual chassis with pricing.
I would say that right now, we don't have good representation as it relates to all these carriers. They literally descended here in October, and we have a lot of duplicate options from a number of carriers that are represented by these carriers in an ad hoc fashion. And that's what we're trying to get to, is an ability to consolidate some of this. And I guess the question, you know, initially, we've got a lot of duplicative products. I'm almost looking to kind of onboard those products into the current, under the new third-party administrator. Move forward in this relationship, we begin to narrow this basket of benefits down to something that's better for our employees and less administration, less the mess, I think was the word you used. Clean up the clutter as the number of policies that we're supporting. So I'd like for you to speak to that if you would.
So I will agree with what the last person said. The proper way to go about that is to get agent and record letters for each one. We need to figure out what you got, who has it, make sure that anybody that's, you know, having anything deducted from a payroll, that we're aware that it's being done. And we would go through and start outreach to those people and say, hey, at some point we're going to consolidate these to another carrier. And we want to make sure that we are getting the benefits that match everybody involved. I 1,000% commend the decision that y'all are looking at. This is not a popular thing in counties. I work with a lot of counties. I've worked with a whole lot of counties. And generally it's handled as a mess. This is how most corporations handle theirs. They have a consolidated, and I'm not just saying a consolidated carrier, they have a consolidated broker. So we can pick, you know, this carrier for dental, this carrier for vision, this carrier for life, this carrier for accident. You can pick out each part. Generally what it works out to be best is you will pick a medical carrier. A lot of times the dental and vision go together. And you can even bundle dental, vision, accident, life, all those things together with a single carrier and get better pricing. Also sometimes better, you know, throw-ins, you know, your EAP, employee assistance programs. We're looking at every single aspect of that when we go out to market. We're trying to make sure that we are building up your contract to your best benefit. That's effectively what we try to do. Is we're trying to figure out what you have, make sure that we have an offering for them with a similar carrier or better carrier, and then we're trying to up the offering to them at the same or better pricing. That somewhat answer your question? Okay.
So will you or will you not be able to onboard the current basket of benefits?
Oh, we can.
And then we work towards.
Yes, we can 100% onboard
the future
current
basket
yes.
of benefits and trying to narrow,
100%.
clean up the mess a little bit.
We can offer multiple carriers at the same time if that's currently what's being done, and then slowly work to consolidate down to the proper number that y'all feel is best.
Anything else?
Make a motion to take the vote on it back.
Motion by Supervisor Drayton, second by Supervisor Williams. That we take the proposal under advisement. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Well,
Thank
thank
you
you so much for coming.
Thank
I
you.
certainly appreciate the presentation.
We appreciate y'all.
Okay, if it pleases the board, we've got our county engineer here, Mr. Pritchard. He wanted to approach the board for just a second to discuss scheduling a workshop. So if that's okay, can we get him up? Come forward. Mr.
Yeah, appreciate the minute, and I'll be brief. Couple of things. One, today, tomorrow, I'll be writing your active projects out there. It'll include your road job and the project that we have at OCH, stability. Issues out there, anything particular on your mind, send me a text, say, will you look at this, whatever way you're out there, and I'll be sure to do that. Second thing is, with our state aid funding, some legislative funding, Supervisor Trainer, you mentioned maybe some safety study, grant opportunity type stuff. We've been investigating that. But not only is the funding in place, but the way we can use some of these funds are in place. Things that we can do with them that we could not do before. So what I wanted to suggest to the board is possibly a short work session at y'all's discretion, so we can sit down and go through some of these things, and you can understand what's available to you. Some research we've done, just put that in front of you, moving forward. We can do it at any time.
I think it'd be beneficial for us to sit down and sort of nail these things, and get new information that's possible.
And just for instance, we came in with your program on maybe Bell Road, and you elected to go another route with that, or do some, I feel like it's a good time for us to sit down and go through some of this road funding and what we can do with the money. And grants,
The
et cetera.
consensus of the rest of the board is.
Well, I think it's something to look like we have to do. When you out driving, are you gonna be looking to see possibilities of going additional roads that we are?
That's part of what I'd like to meet with y'all about, to see what's on your radar.
Right.
And discuss, again, our funds are so flexible right now with the state aid, and we've mentioned that your funding's going to increase or double in the next term. It's already above what we projected for this year. But again, with the SABP program, the bridge program, some of you will remember the old local system road program has essentially gone away, but there's opportunities to use those monies in different areas now that I like to say that.
Yeah.
Attorney Robertson has asked me about some right-of-way things we need to discuss. Probably, we just need a good sit down.
The basic issue of some of this is getting us a game plan to set you guys up. If y'all are ready to roll on something, we have a plan set in place so that you're not having to wait on me, you're not having to wait on, and we have a procedure to move forward. So it's not that we did anything wrong in the past, it's just a matter of doing it better in the future.
And to compliment the board, I'll remind you, you got projects under construction now that we started last spring and fall, getting bids and putting together and getting ready, that are under contract now. And that's kind of the route I'd like to keep you on, so we're ahead of the game.
Yeah, my question centers around not only just state aid roads, but county roads that you might be able to do also.
Yes, sir, I'm your county engineer, I'm available to look at anything y'all want me to look at any time. I just need to know what's on that radar.
Can we coordinate that meeting then, be scheduled between you and our county administrator and our board attorney?
Sure, we'll meet anytime. And I'll tell you, some of you had an opportunity to meet Mr. Dundon. He's been very active in looking at some of these grant applications, things like Supervisor Williams, you can road with it.
It's a great man.
So, again, I think it's just a good time for us to get our heads together.
Can we get a motion to have our county administrator and our board attorney and our county engineer coordinate a work session? Meeting. Motion by supervisor.
But now, what days are you all available? That's what they need. We need
Well,
to
that's,
that.
well, they can send out some dates and let us.
Well, can we do it next Monday?
I'm good with next month.
After your third Monday meeting, or Tuesday morning before, or regular Monday, anything.
We're already meeting on the third, we're gonna be traveling.
Y'all just let us
So
know.
why don't we just proceed and let them send out some dates and then we identify the date. Let's just, you all get some dates together, send them out and let us identify. Yes, sir. Identify the
Rob, that's it.
Yes, sir.
Thank y'all. That's all.
I'm with you.
It's,
I sent you a text.
it was motion by Supervisor Little, and I'll second that we authorize our county administrator, our board attorney, and our county engineer, along with our road manager, to, coordinate a work session.
I would encourage that.
To identify.
I would encourage that.
Okay. All in favor? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Unanimous. You're welcome. Agenda, need a motion to authorize our consent agenda.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Williams. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes, unanimously. Now we're down to our road manager report. Mr. Collins.
First, we have, I think you have in your package a report. you have your big report, but in your package, you have the, your strategy summary. We'd like to see, get that approved if it's okay.
So,
Motion by Supervisor Trainer,
I'll second that.
second by Supervisor Williams. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have a bridge on Harco Road, that was brought to our attention by our engineer. We have two bids to get that approved to do repairs on the pilings on that. We have one from Dawes Way LLC and your friendly Craftsman LLC. One in the amount of $43,700, one in the amount of $40,900.
What's your recommendation?
Your friendly Craftsman.
Motion with, enter in contract with your friendly Craftsman to do the bridge repairs out on Harpo Road.
And that's bridge number 108.
Bridge number 108. Then second by Supervisor Little. Any discussion?
You make the motion.
I do.
He is the cheapest bid, so you've been doing a good job.
Yeah, it's a lot of work too, on some of those.
The motion is second, all in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
And also, we have a few roads that we need to get, permission for, our engineer to do surveys on, and it's gonna be, 7 of them. And first one being Johnny B. Lane, Cannon Road, Lean Lane, Jordan Lane, Clifford Lane, Daly Road, and Albany Road.
I'm for approval to move forward with survey on those roads.
second.
Motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Trainer. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
That's all I have at this time.
What?
This is as quick as I ever seen you up in front.
Is there anything from the board for me?
You better run.
No equipment, no need any
All right,
equipment.
let's get a motion to authorize the road manager's report. Motion by Supervisor Little, second by Supervisor Williams. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
16 section by Mr. Simmons. Would like to access.
Okay, need a motion
485,
to
16 section road.
authorize culvert installment on 16 section road at, what's the address?
485.
485, 16 section road.
That's entering property.
Entrance of property. Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
I do have something for the road manager.
Okay.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
You did not.
I've had some comments about the parking on the bridge. That will be the more high bridge, right at Browning Creek.
Okay.
And I know that's state aid road, but the parking on the bridge seems to be a dangerous encounter, and some of the residents are complaining about that. I'm gonna ask that you review that, and report back to the county as to what we can possibly do, maybe a no parking sign on the bridge or something of that nature. But, does seem to be a big concern.
We'll take it and review and come back to the board with a council on the next meeting.
Thank you.
All righty. Well, Mr. Carter.
Good morning. I have one item on the agenda. This should go very 6 of 2026, the board adopted an intent resolution for a $16 million bond. That resolution was published in the paper, and the public's given an opportunity to provide comment. I'm reporting to the board that I did not receive any comments back from the public. I have Troy Johnson here from Butler Snow to answer any questions that you may have. I guess the next phase of this thing is to adopt a resolution finding and determining that the intent resolution was duly published and that no protests have been filed, thereby authorizing the issuance of county obligations not to exceed $16 million.
Make a motion, we accept the recommendation.
Motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Williams. Any other discussion? I guess a little discussion. Did Nick Shore call you from Governmental Consulting?
I have spoken with Nick.
Okay.
I provided to the board via email some analysis that Nick prepared and that Raymond James had prepared. So at some point, we will need to take up that analysis and discuss. And I'm trying to get Nick in front of this board before we do that.
Well, and today we can move forward with the issuance, but I spoke with him last week, and what his recommendation was that you, myself, and him get together.
Oh, yes,
let him go
yes.
over those.
He did talk that he wanted to get together with you and I this week.
Right.
To
Then
discuss
bring
all of that detail that I provided to you all.
Specifically, how we want to service these.
Yes, sir. How we're going to service them.
Okay. It's been moved in second. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
So to your question, that concludes my portion.
Do we have any questions today?
Yes.
That's it.
This might be related more to a combination between the county administrator and the county attorney too as well. We worked on the sale of the home, and it seems as if there's no communication between Occidental County and Baptist. And I was thinking that there would be something that resembled a board of communication, some individuals who would be more interested in what is going on in Occidental County, that we could voice our concern to. I know Baptists gonna have their own board, true enough, but I was thinking that there would be some representatives in place that would speak to our concern, the residents of Occidental County and their concern, that we could take those concerns to. Are we moving forward in that direction, or has that already been established? A pipeline of communication?
So in accordance, I'm sorry, so go ahead.
A pipeline of communication between the residents of Occidental County and Baptist itself. But I have had some individuals who have voiced some concerns about healthcare, and they didn't know who to talk to, who to go to. Maybe we can establish what we do have as a line of communication, so those individuals will know who to communicate with.
They do have a local board member. We have two representatives on their corporate board. One of them is Letitia Butler Harris, and the other one is a young banker. I can't think of what his name is, but they are on the corporate board.
I don't know that I knew who they were.
They had an event back here some time ago, and they presented all of them to the community. I think we all got an invitation, but I think our schedule was conflicting when they were attending. But we need to just reconnect and circle back so people know exactly who they are, and that way they'll know how the process works.
Well, and that's what I was going to say, is in accordance with the asset purchase agreement, they were to have local representation on the local board.
On the
There is a local board
Yeah, that
for this hospital, and they were to have a set number, and I don't recall exactly what that is, of local representatives.
I will reach out and get that a little bit more formalized and have a report back. Matter of fact, I'll try to get it in writing so that y'all have it before the next board meeting, so you'll have it. That'll help us.
Maybe the phone numbers too, if possible, so we know who to call, who to contact, and that kind of thing.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Anything else? Okay, thank you very much. Next on the agenda, we've got, Sheriff's Department.
Yes, sir. Not
Good
sure
morning,
to take
Chief.
it up, but, I'm just replacement for today.
We
Good morning, how y'all
got
doing?
Chief.
All right, got two things on the agenda. One, first, we request permission to sell the surplus vehicle. You all offer.
Well, let's declare on the surplus property first.
Yes, yes, okay.
Motion that we declare those vehicles as surplus.
Motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Little, that we declare, vehicles and equipment that the Sheriff Department has as surplus.
I think you all have a copy of.
They do, yes, they've got a good list of that.
And always, we are requesting to be able to.
Was motion and second?
Yes.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Okay.
Now we can sell it.
Okay, and now the next person is, permission to sell those vehicles.
Okay.
Identified.
To sell vehicles identified as surplus, motion by Supervisor Little, second by Supervisor Williams, all in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and thirdly, we have identified, Edwards Police Department, they request to purchase.
It's been motion that we authorize the sale of those vehicles just identified. Motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Little, all in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
I think you all have a copy of the make, models, and vehicles.
Well, I don't know that we have to redo anything. I think the intent was that we had the motion to surplus a large number of vehicles. And then the second motion, the intent was to sell those vehicles to Edwards. So we may have had duplicate motions. So do you understand the intent? Does everyone understand the intent?
Was those list of vehicles on the master list?
Yes.
Okay, so,
Yes.
yeah. We are.
Okay. But we did three motions. I think all we needed was two.
Yeah,
Whatever we need to bring.
I have that we're selling
Yes.
to Edwards.
That's right. And what I'd like
You got
for you to do,
18
Chief,
in
is
surplus.
eventually, we're going to sell all 18.
Correct.
I would like for you to approach the board with each sale.
Yes, we will, yes.
So this first sale is only a set 7 that are going to Edwards. And then
Yes.
once we sell these remaining surplus, we'll come back to the board each time with an approval for each sale.
Okay, so we did need the three motions. We just did.
Three motions, need three motions.
It was the sale of 18, and the third one was the sale of 7 to Edwards.
If your intent is for him to come get authorization each time they sell vehicles.
Yeah, then we should.
We need those three motions.
Okay.
Okay.
We got a third motion.
So we good. We good.
Chief, this was the group that had reached out about a month ago to,
It's why you see we did. If your intent is for him to come each time you sell a group and get the board approval, then we did need this third motion to authorize him to sell on Sunday, because that's the process you.
My thought, and I'm not privileged now, declare a surplus. That would give them the opportunity to go locate buyers. And then at each point, they would come back and say, hey, I've located a buyer for these 3, for these 5, for these 4. You know, and they would have to get approval to sell each group.
Well, I think that's the process we just took.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not.
Yeah.
It'll work. Yes, sir.
Anything else?
I know you said 18, but if you check the list, there's 17 listed.
Okay. All right, you're not.
So did the motion, did we say a number on the motion then? Do we need to?
You did, you said 18.
Okay, we need to make an amendment.
Just count it, just make sure, but I think it's 17.
We need an amendment to the motion to sell, to declare 18 vehicle surplus. That amendment needs to say 17. Can I get a motion to amend? Motion by Supervisor Little, second by Supervisor Williams, that we amend the original motion from 18 vehicles to 17. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Okay.
What, y'all have anything for the October County Sheriff's Department?
Thank you for your service.
Why you open yourself up?
Thank you for a job we have done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chief. Okay, next we've got our Chester Clerk, Ms. Livingston.
I don't have anything today.
Okay. Board Attorney, Attorney Ross.
Let's give it an executive session. That's money in our hands.
Okay.
All right. I have got, I was asked to get a process for us moving forward with the Novasoil. So I want to kind of give y'all an update on the Novasoil procedure process. I've actually talked to them. They've been very willing to help us move this through, and they understand this probably as well as anybody. They've dealt with some of this as well. But I'm going to kind of read what I found from a statutory standpoint. This is the next issue of the Novasoil contract. I was asking Novasoil and the contractor. Keep in mind, we're dealing with the contractor and a Novasoil in this to be considered a single source vendor. All right. In general, I would answer this question as follows: a product or a contractor for building a road or surface pavement is not typically a single source vendor. This particular contract and testing procedure makes this more complicated because this product, Novasoil, is being used as a test project to determine if using the product will be positively affect the roads for a long-lasting base. To do this test, the Novasoil is asking to be in complete control of all phases of the tested area, including the base and prep and the product placement. This test requires them to use a particular contractor who has been specially trained to use this product and control all aspects of the base. The board was told at the April 2026 meeting that the Novasoil has discounted these services to help pay for this and put some incentives to figure this process out. I would not typically suggest that a product or a contractor is a single source vendor for a general road build out, but because of the way in which this contract is written and the product that we're talking about using for this test area is determined that this can be done, but it's got to be done in a certain way. To accomplish this objective under this test under the Mississippi Code, finding a fact from the Octavia County Board of Supervisors that a Novasoil is a unique product using a proprietary technology, and because of the unique quality and quantity of the board finds that it is a single source product. Because of the training involved in using this product, that contractor attached to Novasoil is also considered to be a single source contract. In other words, because of the unique aspect of what they're doing and what product this is, that contractor has been trained to do this and to have a real test. There has to be some controlling factors in that. The board must also determine that no other company using the same technology and cannot compete with a Novasoil as a product or a contractor. From the information being given, there are other products out there similar, but these formulations are all very different. They may be similar, but there are some different aspects of each one. The board must determine that no other company has that same technology, but the board also, in that resolve, they must determine that Novasoil is the only distributor of that and Novasoil. So Novasoil is a named brand. So they are the only ones that sell that particular product. The board spreads on their minutes in the orders of the finding of fact. The board must receive vendor certification, which they have sent some information. I need to make certain that meets our qualifications on their letterhead, finding that fact is true. The board must determine that the price is reasonable and have a basis for that reasonableness, i.e. the product is performed as it's supposed to and will save money, time, etc., in terms of what the purpose of using that product is. The board must advertise a sole source for typically 14 days, giving the vendor opportunity or other vendors to object. If someone objects to this and can prove that their product is the same as the Innovasoil, then it then becomes a competitive bidding process. In other words, you're giving yourself some safeguards if something else pops up. If this challenge of the whole process ends up in court now, and I say this because my job as an attorney, the board can have that whole project these hoops to make certain that we're doing what we're supposed to do in terms of making this product and this. Based on this information, it appears that we can do this, but we have to do certain things. I did talk to them about the actual contract. The contract originally had 7 days for us to accept that product. I talked with our road manager. With materials. Those materials have to be okayed or rejected or whatever. If they are rejected, then we have the opportunity to go plug in another product. And for example, let's say the dirt is just not a good dirt that works for this. To give you an example, my road base at my house was built on sand. I can tell you right now, sand is not a good road base, and y'all know this better than I do. But you'll have leaks in it. So if we provided them with sand, they can turn around and send that product back and get another product put in there to plug that in. So the short answer in this is, yes, there's a way and a procedure for us to jump through these hoops. We just have to jump through the hoops. Now, the question is, how you move forward with this. The first step in this is we got to get the contract tightened down as to exactly how we want the contract written. And then there are findings and facts that this board's going to have to do based on information that Innovasoil gives us and based on the opinion of this board in terms of what they want to do. Worst case scenario, as you put this out, in other words, we put the advertising out that we're doing a single source vendor, there could be another company that says, hey, we're the same thing as Innovasoil. I don't know that to be the case. I'm saying that is a possibility. So if that is the case, you end up in a situation where now you go through the same process that you would generally go through. So there's ways to do this. There's ways to make this happen. My job isn't to tell you what to do. My job is to tell you how to go about doing it and make sure that we jump through the hoops that we need to. Are there any kind of questions that you want me to try to answer, or if I don't have the answer, research on it?
If we get another company that provides this type, what's our chance in court?
The advertising is so we don't get to court. My whole procedure with this is to make certain that we are doing the things that we're supposed to do on the front end so that we don't get to that. So defending this, I think we can defend it, but my job in all of this would be, let's not get there. Let's get to the part where if there's somebody else out there that wants to bid on this, we do the things that we're supposed to do that.
I guess that's right. Just a proprietary blend for the road manager and assistant that provides something that we don't already have in the road paving of all our tools. And does this provide something that we already don't do as a county?
Well,
does it provide a better service or a better road, or
that's the purpose of the test to see, if it does or if it doesn't. So that's what's all this is about, is getting it where you can test.
Do we already have adequate road paving technology that paves roads correctly?
I mean, we do soil cement, and that's what we, at the moment, that's what we do, soil cement. So this is a product that Supervisor Trainer wants to try and see if if it is a better product. I can't tell you if it is or not because, you know, the only thing I've seen so far is just this one particular road myself in Knoxville County. And so this is what we have to do to see whether or not that product is something we want to use further or not, you know, or if we don't feel like it's something that we want to use.
Does soil cement have any annual maintenance costs or anything?
No, once it's down, that's it. You know, it's a soil stabilizer, and once it brings the soil together, you know, that's it. It's just a one-time deal that we put in, and then you pave on top of it.
My suggestion is, I'd like the board to authorize the attorney to go to the next step, do due diligence and report back to the board along with working with the notice. So I got comparing apples to apples. The biggest thing that had my attention on it is soil cement cracks. But this notice soil provides a situation where you won't have the cracking. I think he mentioned last time that the road has the capabilities of maneuvering, you know, with the terrain. And so I sent you all a video from Knoxville County. If you want me to, I can plug in right now about a 5-minute video about what they did in Knoxville. And also we have a comparison between soil cement. Soil cement is not the save-all catch-all like it has been presented for us to be. And we have roads out there that have been soil cement that have cracked.
I guess my other thing that I'm, wondering about is like, there's a lot of digging down extra with the Innovasoil stuff and extra materials and extra stuff that we hadn't been putting on our regular road beds when we built our road beds, that are there. So I didn't know if, what is the extra cost in that? Because if all the roads were built that way, I think we should, if we can get 20-year life out of it, instead of building the way we're building it. How do we know what's working? Is it the chemical or is it the way the roads are built?
Well, it's probably a combination of all of it, but now when you look at the cost, the Innovasoil cost is cheaper than the soil cement, per square foot what we've been paying. So we're looking at the cost savings there. And we're building roads. I mean, we're building roads and some other things as far as adding the material, we're doing all that. But one thing they did do down in Knoxville, I think that they didn't have, that we would have to do on Cameron Road, of course, and I guess, I don't know what, Paul, do we have the capability of running that video record?
Not here. I guess, listen, here's where I'm at on this. This is something you want to try. You get your money, that's fine, you can try it. I'm good with it. Our attorney needs to nail down the contract more, and get it okay, make sure but when you get your money, I'm gonna say up front, I'm not for upfront financing of a project like this. But when you get your money in place, if that's something you want to try with your money, I'm good with it. I mean, my concern is that, and I'm not knocking it, but I think at the last meeting you said it's like a 3-year warranty on the road.
That's correct.
And so, listen, like I said, I'm good with allowing our attorney to move forward with nailing down the contract. And I'm good with you trying this product in your district with your money, but I'm not good with upfront financing.
No, it's not upfront, it was deferred.
Well, I'm just.
And that's something that no contractor offers us. They're gonna come in and put the product down and you can pay them, on a deferred arrangement if that's what you need to do in order for your cash flow. So that's something completely new. To the
that is, but that's sort of still, deferred. I say upfront financing, but I meant deferred financing, sort of like on credit type deal. That's just something that I'm not comfortable with doing. But I am comfortable with allowing our attorney to move forward with the contract. And I am comfortable with when money is in hand, time is available. our road department schedule will allow to move forward.
But the thing about it, that's another point, is that it's a better and cheaper product than soil cement. We spend a substantial amount of money on soil cement down through the years.
I can say this, yeah, I've had some cracks, but I've also got some roads that's almost 20 years old that we put down with soil cement that's still in better shape than some of these roads that we did 5 years ago.
So it's a combination thing, right?
Well, I can just say, soil cement, probably along with this, has its pros and cons. You know, I'm good with it. I'm good with it.
That's my motion, just allow them to proceed further with the due diligence.
And I will say this, the noticeable folks, all of the things that we brought up in terms of if we need more time or we need this, they're willing to work with us in this. So those parts of this are not an issue. It just, I need to know what y'all want to do.
And then also, to put my reputation on the line, I was able to convince Knoxville County to put this project down. You see, now it's been hard for me to convince my own county, but I was able to convince Knoxville County because of their structure by them being on the beach system. And Bruce Brooks took a leap of faith to do this. And so I'm just confident that this will be an enhancement to Octavia County. It's like anything else we do. I remember the first road that we got soil cement back in 2005 was in my district. And they didn't want to do it then because people felt like soil cement, we didn't really know what it was. And that road is still operable now. It needs some maintenance done to it, but it's still functional. And I think it's extended. That's been 20 years ago.
I guess I have a couple other issues with it, like when I came and like, you got your own road guy. Well, we got our own road people.
It's not just unique for that. I mean, as far as, it doesn't matter whether it's head construction or whether it's Octavia County Road Department, that's optional. I mean, when they did some of the work in Knoxville, they used B&M paving to do the paving for it. And also, to let you all know this, we did participate because Knoxville rented the spray truck from us to utilize putting the final product and everything now. And that was authorized by the board because of our partnership agreement that we have with them. So this is something I really think that could be substantial. And of course, the dust component part of it, you know, is something of interest also too. But I think we spent some money on some dust control product, right? And we never did get a report back on what the results of that were. I know we put it down, but we never did get a report back whether it was favorable or whether it was.
Yeah. It was on, that dust control only lasts a certain period of time, and then when you go in and grade the road and turn the rocks in it, that takes away the control. So if you grade the road behind using this stuff, it's not as well as it is if you just gonna leave it there.
Well, and this again, I'm not against you trying this product. I promise you, I'm not. But the scope of work and guarantee of the product has changed over time because originally it came that this product, all you had to do, you're gonna dig down 8 inches, you're gonna grind this up, put this on the road, and this product was gonna be solid as gold. Then you came back and said, well, you know, we can't say that this product is gonna hold up unless we go through the full-fledged of doing exactly what we do to roads, and that's widening the road, putting it in good drainage, putting it in cross drains, and the only difference in what we do and what we're proposing is soil cement or this product that Novasol. Other than that, it's the exact same process that we use. The only thing different is you would pull out soil cement and put in this product. Now, it seems to me like it originally went from 8 inches dig down to now is it 24 inches, 2 feet dig down. So it's just the changing of it.
This is not to replace soil cement in any way or anything that the county is already doing. We're offering different alternatives for different circumstances. And the only way we can prove it is to put it down. Now, as far as the change of work, scope of work, we do that all the time. We put we lay it down in any condition, whether there's drainage or not. I think this was a decision to widen the road because we saw a geometry issue, we saw an elevation problem. These are not noticeable issues. These are strictly geometry of the road issues. So we don't want to confuse anyone by saying we propose that you have to do this, this, or that. We're saying if the county is willing to do that and have a properly structured road, it's a better option. Can we do it any other way? Absolutely. So I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page.
So the alternative for this is not to do single source vending, is just to put it out for competitive bid?
That would be another route. Now, keep in mind, and you're the expert, and you know a lot more about this, but this product, the only way I would know to say that this product would be similar to any chemical compound it's on the cutting edge of what's being done out there. And you may have multiple companies that are doing similar type products like this, but they may have different, I guess, molecular and chemical fits for this. And this is technology that's out there now, and arguably, Novus could say that their technology is completely different than whomever pops up. I don't know who would pop up, but somebody that popped up. However, there are products out there that make these same types of claims, and I just don't know enough about it. I mean, I could argue either direction if I needed to, but for us to call them a single source, we're going to have to jump through some hoops.
And that's why you put it up for bid, is so that you can see what the apples comparison is. I mean, I'm not a big fan of single source vending because it might be a better blend out there.
Well, and that's one of the reasons it's hard to do single source type stuff like this, because it's difficult for a reason. And there are things out there, and for argument's sake, Novus Oil may be one of those things. I'm not arguing either direction. What I'm saying is that if we're going to do a single source, we've got to jump our hoops. And for me to be comfortable protecting my board, I'm going to make certain that I'm doing it right. And I'll be working very closely with them to make sure I get it done correctly, if that's what we do.
What's the time frame on getting the contract nailed down, and then you got to advertise it as a single source, and so what time frame?
You're probably talking 30 days, because I mean, you got 14 days, put it in the paper to develop that. I'll have to get with them to make certain that I'm doing the proper notification. This is not their first rodeo. They've done this before, and they have a legal staff that does this too. But the bottom line is to do this, it's going to take a little bit of time, and for me not to put him on behind the eight ball while we're trying to get this done, I need to be working on it as soon.
So what you're asking today is authorize you to finish nailing down the contract and then advertise the single.
Yes, sir. And
quick question, I'm reading through your memo here, and I'm trying to make sure I understand the order of the process. So, does the declaration of fact come before the advertisement?
yes, we would have.
Board,
Yes.
and then that would authorize the advertisement.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. So you're technically telling me just to move forward and get this together. Move forward and get it done.
And then supervisor training, motion by supervisor training, that we authorize our board attorney to move forward with getting the contract specified as to what it needs to say, and then allowing our county administrator to advertise it as a single source.
Well, that was coming after we, yes, that would come
Okay,
after.
okay, you'll do the fact.
Yes, sir.
Motion by supervisor training. Second, I'll second it to authorize our board attorney to move forward with the finding of fact.
Will be the next step.
Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes 4-0. I'm hoping our skepticism is proven wrong. I'm hoping this product is the next one to drill. But, you know, we got some traveling to do to get there.
There's some other places that have used this, is my understanding. I just don't, this is a new problem, so we have to figure out what we're doing. This is some cleanup, and I frankly should.
4-1. Supervisor Carl, District 1 was made that.
And that was for,
I think we need to keep in mind that we are talking about, doing this project in District 2, eventually with District 2 farm. So I think it.
But you don't, I mean, really, I'm gonna be frank with you, it doesn't have to be in District 2. It needs to be
Well, this is what
somewhere.
we're talking about now, though.
Well, it can be somewhere in the county right now, because I'm just telling y'all, so we got an issue with the cost of the soil cement that we use.
Let me finish my statement.
And it all just is
I
not.
think that we keep in mind that we are talking about this project, because you said Cannon Road, that is in District 2. So we're talking about, exploring the possibility of doing a project in District 2 with District 2 funding. So if Supervisor Trainer explore there's a possibility in his district with his funding, provided funding is available, I don't see why we would hold him up with moving forward with that. And I did say if funding is available, because that's how all of us have to move. We move with the possibility that funding will take care of the project that we're going to undertake. So let's support Supervisor Trainer and as he explore the possibility of improving road beds when funding becomes available to actually carry it out.
So this is in cleanup. I'm moving on to another subject matter. I would like a resolution for this should have been done in January, and this is on me. Nobody on this board did this wrong. I did it kind of backwards a little bit. But I'd like to get a resolution to approve the resort status for Warehouse Road and specifically the Roy Oswald restaurant that is popping up out there that is already there. This resolution basically is cleaning up what was already done from a legislative standpoint. But I just want to make certain that we're properly doing these things correctly.
Has this been in front of the state legislature? I
Yes.
thought it was a year and a half process.
We were already, well, we ended up having another one that was coming through, so it just worked out.
It was already.
Yeah, all you need to
Yes, this is cleanup
But,
language.
but it also, involves that we have to, sit down and do, the board needs to do a resolution also where we have, hours.
That is true, and in state law, currently, any resort that is being done in Ocklawaha County, this board controls every bit of it. So that language is already in. However, to your point, for everything we do in the future, so that y'all are able to have some control over this, make sure that the sheriff department is taken care of in terms of the way we're doing this. But this is a restaurant. It has been, and I've talked to Mr. Oswald several times. He's been very clear that this is a restaurant. It's so that y'all know, the only places that we've done resort statuses have been wedding venue type places, and we now have our first restaurant that has jumped through the soup as well.
And we're supposed to be sitting down and grinding through like the amount of food that's being served or alcohol and the closing hours in the sheriff's department is very clear that, that will, follow with like Harvey's and the grill and the rest of them close at 10 o'clock.
But how can we police it? The amount of food that's being served and considered alcohol. How can we monitor? Are we capable of monitoring?
That's something that we gotta figure out when you have a restaurant and you have, things like that. Because like at the catering venues, you have to order X amount of food if you're gonna have it, at those wedding venues and stuff. So those are some things that
this is a good problem to have. We
We're just
haven't
gonna have
had
to
this
figure it out.
opportunity in the past, so all of a sudden now we're starting to have restaurants want to pop out.
Which, I mean, I'm happy about a restaurant, lunch, dinner, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all three of them,
But, and I mean, I'm, of course, we don't have to discuss it further, but I'm just trying to figure out, they just trying to serve alcohol. I mean, what's gonna prevent someone from approaching the board about turning the county with, for beer and alcohol?
Nothing prevent, I mean, honestly,
Because it seems like to me that it gives those individuals an advantage who get exclusive opportunity. And I know there's other dynamics that come along with that, but.
this is probably not very popular, what I'm about to say. This is Rob's opinion, so before I say this, I'm not saying this is the board's opinion. But I would love to see the opportunity for more restaurants and things like that pop up. So to your point, I don't disagree with your position or what you're saying.
Right, and that's why we have to come up with what, some of those codes and different things that we've got to decide, of what we're gonna do.
I think there is a big fear that we're going to create, my mama used to call them joke joints.
Call them what?
Joke joints.
And I didn't work from the sheriff department, that's our concern, is that a bunch of other restaurants and juke joints are gonna pop up.
So we have to be careful how we manage this, and I want to make certain that as we move forward to this, that we're not losing control. And that's going to have to be something we're going to.
Well, I know, but my concern about being a public official is to explain to people things.
What that.
Explain to them their option. Hey, if you want to make the county wet, here's what you got to do. If you got a group out there that has that interest in doing that, here's the way the law does it. And so that's the thing about it, because we get hit with things all the time about if you got whatever we don't want. I think that's a good part of public policy, being keeping people better.
The city of Charlton does, but we can take their ordinance official to the board, determine how you want. For you to open a restaurant and be successful with a restaurant, you have to have a liquor license. Taking away a good percentage of your ability to have profit margin. So I understand that, but to my mother's point, because she is adamantly opposed to juke joints, we have to be careful as to how we approach this. And I think the sheriff is very cognizant of making certain that we do this as well. So what we're talking about today is clearly a restaurant. And if it changes by any stretch of the imagination, and this board tells me that you're not happy with what's going on, I promise you we have hooks in this that can take care of that.
Is part of that still, even if you're on status, to serve alcohol, do you still have to get your ABC?
Yes, sir.
And then that's a process, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
To get
And that goes to the sheriff's department,
Yes,
so
sir.
he has to sign off on
Yeah,
it.
the ABC license, you can't have, to give you an idea, if you are trying to get an ABC license, you can't be a felon, you can't have certain things in your background to be licensed. But Hall County is a strange animal. We have liquor stores in certain places that we used to have one in Sturgis, and it's still there.
No, it's not.
Well, it's not there anymore. I mean, but you couldn't sell beer out there. So we need to have some controls there. We need to make certain that we're not creating problems, because the whole point of this is not to create problems. We do have several wedding venues that, to my knowledge, have done a very good job of policing their areas. And they do have a certain amount of food that's sold. They have a certain amount of alcohol they sell. But in the restaurant world, as we're developing and we're getting bigger, and to be honest with you, I think as we move forward, anything that's toward Clayton Village, I think eventually you're gonna see some more development out there, whether that be shopping centers with larger, I mean, this stuff is coming. So I don't want to sit here and suggest to you that we are not gonna have problems in the future, but what comes with that is a tax base. And building that tax base, part of that is restaurants, part of that is wedding venues, part of that is those things. I'm very much in favor of restaurants. I'm not in favor of, there used to be a place, well, I won't say any names, but there used to be places that as a kid, we went to over in Lowndes County and I'm just being honest, but that is not what we want to promote here. I know that's not what we want to promote here. But on the flip side of it, when you do have a businessman, time, energy, and money, that's going to be a large investment. And I think that it behooves us to come up with some rules that make this make sense. And to your point, we need to be consistent how we approach this. That's the reason I'm going ahead and bring this resolution so that I don't.
Do you have the language, Rob?
I mean, I have, it'll be the standard resolution like we did last time is what it's going to be.
So what I think you're trying to say is, I was in the restaurant business for 7 years, the restaurant world, it's just good. The way to combat that is you're not wanting to promote, basically the majority alcohol sales. You're not wanting clubs and venues like that that start popping up and you can't have the precedent to say no. But you, I think the only way to combat that is that a certain percentage of your sales has to be in the food world, and that was what, you're a restaurant that allows alcohol sales. You're not a club that has bar food. And that's two different types of business venues.
I think that's a very fair assessment.
I don't know how this county could write something on the ordinance that says.
In getting our ordinance when it comes to, venues.
We're currently working on an ordinance that's gonna come before this board. I gotta get it by Rob first to handle public venues and pastor parties and that, regulate some of that. The next thing on our would be to create or to update or better, write a better version of the quote-unquote roadhouse ordinance. That's not a very technical term, but in order or write these things that would govern restaurants and such things to keep them from turning the juke joints as Rob described them. And that would be the purpose of that. Priority one is the public assembly ordinance, and then quickly followed by priority two, which would be the roadhouse ordinance, which would try and govern this. Now, to Rob's point today on the resolution, I don't know how we pass a resolution that's not here. Say we want to pass to vote on a resolution, I need of the resolution.
I brought that up to give you, I needed to be aware that I'm bringing a resolution.
Okay, that's all right. So you're not proposing a resolution.
No. What we'll have is what was similar to what was passed before. But I incumbent on me, since I'm the one that put the cart before the horse on some of this, to go ahead and bring it to you now to let you know it's coming.
Is there any kind of proposed hours, like shutting down at 11 or?
Yes, yes.
Harvey's is closed at 10, the grill, all the rest of it. That's his recommendation. That's what he said he'd sign off on.
Any draft anything, they're going to set precedent on the city of Starkville because it lies within North Carolina? How not?
We control, they control, their jurisdiction is jurisdictions on the outside of the boundaries. This is operate is that in the language, now not every place has this language, so if you talk to another supervisor in another district or another county, they may not have the state law mandate that we've been plugging in. That my board has this as you said, all right. What we got.
Well, what what happened, and we learned from this. Cowbells sort of gave us a lesson on. Big lesson after everything closed in the city. Cowbells stayed open and everybody would just flood to Cowbells because they were open till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So it.
That was a great lesson for us to get early in this.
Now, I'll tell you, we went to see a friend band, and we left it for a band show. I remember watching every night. They said they could get here at 1, but they're drunk when they got there.
Yeah, they
They
called
left
them
us
out.
this and they said, they'll go to the day.
So we're making, we have learned, trying to plug in for the future, and luckily, I mean, I say luckily, that's.
What do you think, as far as to your point, on the law enforcement side, how many is too many? Because it might get to where we're growing and all of a sudden all these high-scale restaurants start popping up all over the county. You know, y'all prepared to enforce, I mean, you know, the sheriff's got to do, make the call.
Right.
Can y'all enforce all?
Of course, manpower this time, yes. The restaurants start developing, because you all know Maven has no police department, Sturgis. We traveling back and forth. Maybe not having a police department, we have a responsibility.
How many officers in Sturgis?
One.
The entire time.
I'll take it about half.
And that's where our tax base is gonna go to, the department to open their office.
Well, this is a question of chicken and egg. To build a tax base, you have to have business on that and whatever y'all are comfortable with. So, and this is a good discussion to have as we're thinking about what you want that to look like as we move forward.
Also,
That's right. I think it has a.
Yes.
It's got the, okay.
How does this apply to the latest statute where sales taxes fall into that category?
You don't usually know the auditor.
We get percentages of. We get
Didn't last
percentages
session,
of
they
it.
passed,
Yes.
this past session, but the session before that, they, a small portion of the sales tax on anything in the county is supposed to come back to the county. Whereas, when the city used to get their portion, now if they're out in the county, we get the same portion coming back to the county.
Well, I don't think.
I haven't seen any of those funds come back.
I don't think it's that. Now, you know, we get, state aid money has a variable of sales tax in it.
I think part of our problem with some of this is that.
I get some legislation passed through the association, but.
With some of the stuff, we don't have a whole lot of these types of things out in the county. We do, now we have been getting some wedding venues, places that.
We've got some Dollar Generals and some other things.
I think to his point though, I think it's going into that road money, if I'm not mistaken, and I could be mistaken about some of this. I don't want, I'm curious to paint with a really big brush here, but this is a conversation that we're gonna have to continue to have, and as we are growing, I got a feeling the next 10 years are gonna be a substantial difference in terms of what's happening in the county, and so to have this conversation now, I think we are well beyond. We probably should have been having this conversation even sooner. So I don't want us to get caught. I don't want us to get caught not prepared for what's coming, because it's coming.
So once you approve this one, you've got to approve all.
Well, within our parameters, I think that we can put some parameters in there as to what y'all want to do.
And I can write that its sole purpose is to serve food. It can't be, you know, I'm thinking bands playing, just somebody in the field saying, hey, you know what, you can't turn it down.
Well, that's a different ballgame altogether. We're working on that.
What's the feedback from the previous one we did before?
Wonderful.
So everything was approved?
Yes. Yeah, I've had nothing, the bulk of what we've done so far, with the exception of cowbells, has been very positive. We haven't had a whole lot of, to my knowledge, we haven't had any real problems out of the wedding venues or anything like that.
When they started providing home security, did you see that help as far as liability shift? And, you know, people were having events, didn't have to fill out a form and have their own security. Have you seen that help?
It helps in the wedding venues. The field parties, traffic, and realize security is not gonna be at that direct traffic. So we encourage them to get the vehicles off the road as quick as possible, not requiring them to be yard. But when we start getting those calls, then we have to go out. And a lot of times, you know, it's like
I have two other issues. One is pretty easy. I need permission we've got two cases that are involving OCH that I need to get a professional, either nurse practitioner or doctor, to look at medical records. These are cases that have not been turned over to secondary attorneys yet. Because it's, we need to know what we're dealing with first, because rather than my board get large bills from me and another attorney, I would prefer to be able to have a medical professional and give us some guidance as to whether or not we need to have discussions about settlement. But to do that, I really need a professional spend some time looking at this stuff, explaining what it is that we either did wrong or whatever we did right, or explaining these things. So I would need a motion to allow me to get professional service through the medical field to look at lawsuits that are pending for OCH.
Motion by Supervisor Carl, second by Supervisor Little. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
And I will sit down. I do have one executive session issue. It's to deal with the settlement. And I just need to ask for permission as to what y'all think about the settlement.
Yep.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We did have a discussion about the Juice Creek.
Yes, sir.
And it's my understanding that you want to continue to do some research into getting, either we move forward with the signatures that we have, we try to get that last
Yes, sir.
signature.
If we really need that last signature if we get it.
And I wish that you keep me informed, because sometimes I'm the last person that know the status.
I was praying I was gonna have good news for you on that one, but.
And you and I have been talking, but we haven't talked on the last ruling that you have heard about.
Right. To be clear, we had a discussion, Supervisor Williams and I had a discussion about eliminating that particular stretch from the project so that we could go ahead and get the rest of the project done.
Right, that's right.
After having a conversation with Tom Bigby is of the opinion that the section that we're having problems getting is a primary spot that they feel like needs to be cleaned out as well. And if this is been out there, I'm not an engineer, I don't know whether this is going to clean it or not clean it, but their position was that without that, it was not going to be as good as it could be. The lady that's
And I think that's what they were saying.
right.
That it's not gonna be as good, but it's gonna be good. Without that, so.
Right.
We can move forward and save some of the homes. Save some of the homes with something that's not gonna be as good, but will be good for those residents that are living there. I wish that we would move forward without that last stretch of property.
When we okayed the project, the part that throws me off a little bit, and it's whether or not is this going to be as good, or I don't know whether or not they're just saying it's a distinction there. However, to your point, you can find out.
They don't really like to
They don't really like to do it from the discussions I had with them.
Right,
They don't really wanna do it if they can't do it all.
and here's something for consideration, I know you want to help the people, but you consider everything else, and a pipe, I don't care if it's this big around on both ends, but it's this big around in the middle, this is always gonna carry. So if you open up a huge flood coming to this, what you're fixing to do now, is really cause a problem. Back upstream on these people, that you've opened all of this water gushing back. So that's why, I talked with Richard on several occasions.
They really,
They just don't wanna come in.
they don't like to do it if they can't do the whole project.
Let us keep in mind the distance of Tobacco Juice Creek. Tobacco Juice goes all the way to St. Mark Road. That's a long major creek. So we're not gonna be able to do the whole creek. Even though if we did get that portion there, we still gonna miss some portions of it. So we're not gonna get the whole creek. The whole creek is a major creek that goes, if you know what St. Mark Road is there, that creek goes all the way to St. Mark Road. So we get a portion of it that we know we'd be able to get that portion. And we got that portion, we'll be able to help these to a certain degree. We'll be able to help those individuals who are flooding out. Yes, it's a chance we take, but we're not taking any chance at all now. Right. We need to get those people out of the water, one way or another.
So, attorney, what would the approach of the board, because you can't force Tom Bigby, would it need some sort of correspondence coming from this board?
Let me talk to Richard.
Okay.
Richard, I need something to break free with this, and let's see if we can figure out. To Supervisor Williams' point, I'm not certain I understand exactly his position is, except for what the SBA has.
And I think what's probably gonna have to happen is, because when they come look at a project, they look at the scope of that project and what needs to be done, they take that back to the board to be voted on. So if you change it, you probably gonna have to go back and take it back to the board
And that may
and
be
try to get approved.
Yeah, so the thing about it is that if we don't do that, and we leave that last section off, that's not gonna bag water up. Because that water is gonna flow, like I said earlier, that creek is flowing all the way to St. Mark Road. You know what St. Mark Road is at? That's a long ways. So that creek has a long ways to flow. That water's gonna come out of that location without even back up.
We may just have to, give them some sort of, release statement saying.
And that may be what they need.
If something happens.
I think Richard felt like he could get this lady, this person, okay with what we're doing. Right now, we're just having a communication problem. I think that right now she's just not as communicating with us as much as we'd like her to.
What happened? Why won't she? I mean,
she doesn't live here. She got property here, so she's really not concerned. She doesn't have a concern about what goes on here. She knows that it's not going to affect her personally.
There's no relative that she got that live here that's a top.
Got plenty of relatives. It's just,
Oh, that's.
it's just again. I mean, that's their property.
My whole family live on that stretch.
It's not affecting me either, but I want the creek cleaned out, so that's why I signed it. So, you know, because it affects the neighbors down creek. So of course but I will benefit because the creek goes across my property. So I will still benefit from it. You know.
But so you can't talk to him?
Been talking. I've even now I have a brother. Again, I'm not sure if she's in Jackson or Texas area, but I've had our other cousin that's next to me that talked to it, and I thought she had convinced her, but apparently she's changed her mind. So So again, with Robert, I think maybe Tom Bigby, talking with them, maybe pictures, showing her what's about to happen. Maybe that would help her, sign. But right now, according to him, she's just not concerned with it. Well, whoever it is, because it's not benefiting, it's not affecting them personally.
Yeah, they out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah. So again, I'm going to continue trying to work on it because like my brother lives in the area. So,
But I mean, they're not taking any of our property. They're just cleaning it out.
yeah, I don't want to say that in so many ways. They're not taking your property. They're not cutting your timber. So.
They ain't gonna do it. So they gonna look at the liabilities of it if they open
Disappear.
If they don't do the whole thing, it could.
They don't do the whole thing, they ain't gonna do it.
Can we move on to county business? Okay.
That's what I'm waiting for.
Okay, and then we'll go into executive session with the last one. Okay. All right, we're ready for county business now.
For county business, I have two items. One that I received from the Mississippi Association of Supervisors Insurance Trust. They're getting ready to elect their board, and they provided a list of recommendations for you as to who for. As a board, we get to vote for, I believe it's 6 seats, and there are one.
I'd like to make a recommendation to Troy Rawls, Casey Washington, and Roger Wood. Currently, they serving in those slots already.
Take somebody off and put some.
These are the two names.
Scott Evans and Reggie Pinkerton.
Yeah,
Now,
that's.
Scott Evans is from Clark County, and Reggie Pinkerton, he may be.
Recommended. And this recommendation, this came from, Mississippi Association.
That's correct.
Massive.
Massive, yeah.
In other words, they gave us the,
6 people that they would like to.
or the 8, they gave us 8 to choose 6 from.
They just gave us the 6 current.
Okay.
6 current, that name of
I'm gonna be told, I don't know any of them. Apparently that it's been going pretty good with the members that's on that.
We'll go with the ones that are.
It's been, and we just went county.
I'll send them on, Supervisor Trainer. Motion.
That we, Supervisor Trainer, would you call those names out one more time?
Okay, names William Banks, County, Wayne Burrow, and Wayne from County South. Devin Mabry from Humboldt County. Troy Ross, he's our current president of the Mississippi Association of Supervisors. He's from Jackson County. Casey Washington is from Yalobusha County. And Roger Woodard is from Forest County.
It's been moved and second that we, vote, send in our ballot for those names that was named by Supervisor Orlando Trainer. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Okay.
The other item on the agenda that was submitted for county business, was submitted by Supervisor Orlando Trainer. So with that, I'll ask Supervisor Trainer to talk to it, and I'll try and answer any questions we may have, I think.
I got a request from Vice Mayor Perkins about doing a cost share project involving roads in his ward and also in my district. And my suggestion is to participate in this particular arrangement that was recommended by him. And when the funds are available, to release the funds to the city. I think the city has the capability of going ahead and moving this project forward. And whenever those funds are available in the District 2 funds, the county transfer those funds, my portion, transfer the portion and replenish whatever the cost that might have here. That's my recommendation on that particular item.
So what I don't disagree, I'm not changing the recommendation at all, but I'm asking the board attorney, do we need to enter into, some kind of interlocal agreement for this function?
Who is this with? I'm sorry.
This is what the city has started with some roads that are in Ward 6, but they're also in District 2.
You remember the last time we did one, we did I think it was a memorandum of understanding, and we probably need to get a MOU done to say what each of us are doing or contributing or whatever. If you'll help me remember, I'll get with their attorney and let's get an MOU together for you.
And then, and I said about the fund, I mean, hey, we've owed the city money for years on some stuff, so whenever those funds get back in District 2, y'all just transfer them, however you want to do it, just transfer them over to the city.
Which alderman are we working with?
Ward 6, Alderman Perkins.
Okay, got it.
Are these District 2 funds?
Whenever they're
Based on what
available.
these,
Whenever these funds are available,
what the proposal is that when District 2 funds become available,
you just pay the city.
They put a price on that too, the cost share.
yes, sir, I included it in your memorandum, if you'd like to glance at my copy here, I got original copy.
And it's gonna be less than on barbecue, because they're not gonna do an inch and a half overlay on barbecue. I think they're gonna do probably just chip seal at the beginning, but that's gonna reduce the cost of it.
Well, and with that one of them, they had two proposals, and I think we need to get nailed down in our MOU exactly which one they're gonna go with.
I've got one more.
We need, so, we need a motion to authorize our board attorney to do an MOU and bring it back to the board.
Yes, sir.
I think that's okay.
Motion by Supervisor Trainer, I'll second that motion, that we authorize our board attorney to draft an MOU with the city of Starkville to partner on some projects over in District 2, and bring back to the board for approval. Any other discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Because I think they gonna want it said that the cost here, I don't know if they're gonna put a timeline, or if they gonna really just wait on their money whenever it comes in.
But we got some additional roads too, that we're looking at trying to do, and that would be a good arrangement if they would do.
Yeah, if they'll agree to put in the MOU that they'll wait until whenever the money is available. But we'll.
We can make a motion.
I make myself notes.
I'm prepared today to make a motion on Butler record, but back to Buck County, y'all wanna wait a couple more weeks and scale through all that?
We can certainly do it today. What we had planned on doing was having another small discussion about it. I wanted to give y'all an opportunity to digest all of this. You know, I didn't want to just have two folks do it and then y'all have, you know, be forced to make a decision.
With recommendations.
I would like to, based on the presentations that have been provided, I would like to have an opportunity to digest some of that, potentially develop some questions, reply back to the board, and come back to y'all with our final recommendation. We took forward, got them down to he asked some good additional questions. I would like to get some of that clarity. After trying to digest all of this, and if we have any questions resulting from this, getting those answers, come back to y'all with a recommendation. I certainly have somebody I'm leaning towards in my mind, but at this point, far be it from me, I mean, you guys know who you want.
Supervisor,
Wait, Mr. Williams and I will be in DC on the 18th and others for next week. 18th, 19th, 20th, just for board reference, so we'll start scheduling meetings.
Yes.
Probably not the best day. All right.
Yeah, I'll wait. Okay. Jennifer, is that satisfactory to you? Now,
For
we
this-
do,
for
we
their-
we
for
do,
their
I mean,
Clyde meeting? For their Clyde meeting to do it then?
that's what I'm hoping,
Yes.
yes. In other words, I'm hoping we'll arrange a Clyde meeting here pretty quick, and we can bring that into y'all along with that.
Is our plan to make decisions on that day and need to be able to vote and make resolutions and that kind of stuff? Is that our intent on that meeting?
Yes.
Yes, if we're gonna select.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure. I'm making sure that I was.
And I gotta do a special notice meeting
Right,
and all
you're
of
there.
that kind of stuff,
Right.
right? Okay, don't let me mess that
You're
up.
there. I just want to make certain I understood what we're doing.
The meeting with Clyde and Bishop, hopefully those are separate from what we're talking about now. Because I would like to be in that particular meeting, but we are going to be in DC.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna talk about
I'm gonna try and have
We
that
won't
meeting
schedule it
before
like y'all.
y'all leave. In order, I'm trying to get that one maybe next week if I can get all of y'all to agree on
We're not gonna leave y'all out.
That's the 12th, maybe.
All right, if there's nothing further, I think we have two items in executive session.
Well, let me
Oh, I'm sorry.
know,
Please, yes.
Supervisor Trainer, do you have anything coming from District Two?
No, everything has been, I appreciate the opportunity.
Supervisor, District Five, Supervisor Williams.
I like the motion that we offer a proclamation to Tyrone Stalling. Tyrone is retiring, he's a retired pastor, has been very instrumental in not only his work with his congregation, but has also been very active in all the activities in our County. That's your motion? Yeah.
Second.
And he's
Motion,
retiring
I'll
from
get you
where,
that.
Supervisor?
He retired from New Zion Missionary Baptist Church.
Do we have a biography? Do you have a biography?
Yeah, I'll get you that information.
Please do, and I'll have that ready.
Right.
It's been motioned by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Trainer, that this board, offers a proclamation to Reverend Tyrone Stallings, for his retirement. Motion passes.
And with that, what I'll do is like what we've done in the past. I'll go ahead and draft up that proclamation. It'll be something that they'll have available, and then we will ratify it at the next opportunity that a meeting presents.
Anything coming from, Supervisor District Four, Supervisor Williams?
No, I think we've addressed a lot of it today.
Supervisor Carver, anything coming from you?
I'm not sure.
Okay, nothing coming from District Three. That being said, we'll entertain a motion to go into closed session to determine if we need to go into executive session.
And that would be dealing with a lawsuit settlement and a personnel issue.
Okay, dealing with lawsuit settlement and personnel issue. Can I get a motion to go into closed session? Motion by Supervisor, Dillon, second by Supervisor Williams, that we enter closed session to determine if we need to go into executive session. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. We'll give Carl a minute to get us unhooked.
Time, but I received the email.
Now, that sounds like.
And I'll make sure I get the details in.
Okay. Right, okay. We have exited executive session with no action taken. If there is not anything else,
I'd like a motion to allow board president to sign a confidential settlement agreement dealing with an Ottawa County Hospital against United Healthcare Insurance Company.
My motion.
motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Little, all in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, if there's nothing else that holds the attention of the board, can we get a motion to set up?
When we need to set the adjournment, you all, when y'all say y'all
On
going
next Monday, that's for me, this is
go to the following after the third one?
we'll be gone 18, so a week from today will be.
So so next month.
We go from Monday to Wednesday. From my understanding,
I think they're gonna send some dates out, what's gonna be better.
That's 18th to 20th.
Not that, I'm talking about, we need to set our adjournment. meeting.
Oh, the
We gotta Set it whenever we
Yeah.
can.
Yeah,
He
that's.
said 11, but I think it's this coming Monday.
Right, 7 days.
you talking about the DC?
You'll be wrong, you'll
I've
be
got
out of town.
18th, the next week is when we're gone, 18th to 20th.
18, 20, right?
Right. The
You'll
11th,
be out of town on the 11th, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be out of town.
So we gotta go to
We're gonna come
25th.
back on the 12th.
is like 13th.
Yeah, go for it.
25th, Memorial Day.
Oh, it's Memorial?
Ain't gonna be.
I'd like to make a meeting that Clyde is gonna be at. That kind of thing, so I'd like to be a part of it.
Can we set that one for the joint meeting?
Well, okay, yeah, I was gonna say, 'cause
18, we're gonna be out of
we
town.
all agree on the 18th. And then we can do the adjournment in Clyde.
But they can participate first, you know, so, okay.
We can do the
Oh, you
Clyde.
flying out later?
Clyde, the meeting with Clyde later, but not on the 18th, because we're not gonna be here 18th to the 20th. I'm not gonna be here all this time. Until 13th. 13th. You get on 13th.
Where's that, the Wednesday?
Yeah, that's a Wednesday. We coming back on, we coming back on the 13th.
We could do that afternoon.
Yeah. 13th, that Wednesday is all right.
We could come back on 20th, you said you got something that,
Yeah, I got something to go all the way to the 12th.
it's 13th, 2 o'clock.
No, 13th, it's gonna be. But how you,
Early is,
he can do it at, oh, you can't do it tomorrow.
So is that the joint meeting? We talking the joint meeting now. We used to have them like at 9 o'clock in the morning. No, Clyde's not the 13th. This is the adjournment.
Yeah, John.
Our regular scheduled joint meeting at 9 o'clock in the morning on the 13th. And then they'll send out some dates to schedule this workshop meeting with Clyde. Is the 13th at 9 a.m. good for everybody for the adjournment meeting?
And if that's the case, then we'll have back our recommendation to the board
Oh,
for the 13th for the third-party administrator.
I've got a doctor's appointment that morning, however, I can go, come right back and be done.
So we need a motion to set the adjourned meeting for the 13th at 9 a.m. Motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Carter. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. We recess.
Thank you.